It's funny how quickly life can change course, isn't it? One minute you're just a regular guy going about your business, the next you're looking back, wishing you'd never answered that phone call, wishing you'd just stayed home. My name's Alex. Back then I was pushing 30, still figuring things out, working as a junior administrator at St. Jude's, a small, privately funded hospital nestled deep in the Catskills. It was quiet work, mostly paperwork and managing supplies, far removed from the dramatic life and death stuff happening in the ER. St. Jude's wasn't some gleaming modern facility. It was an old place built in the early 1900s with creaky floorboards and a persistent smell of disinfectant mixed with damp stone. The nearest town was miles away, a sleepy little dot on the map called Havenwood, known more for its antique shops than anything else. Most of the staff lived on site or in nearby cabins, opting for the quiet solitude. I was one of them, living in a small apartment above the old boiler room, which, in hindsight, probably contributed to the constant low hum of unease I'd later feel. My routine was solid: up early, coffee, then diving into the endless stacks of invoices and donation records. I handled a lot of the hospital's finances, especially the incoming funds. It wasn't the most glamorous job, but it was honest and it felt important, helping keep the place running. We relied heavily on donations, big and small, to cover our operating costs, especially with the dwindling population in our remote corner of New York. Every dollar counted. That particular week, though, was different. It started on a Monday, just like any other, but by Tuesday the air in the administration office felt charged, not in a good way. The local news was buzzing about a major development. Old Man Hemlock, a notoriously wealthy, notoriously ruthless businessman who made his fortune in timber and land deals, had been found dead. Murdered, they said. His sprawling estate just a few hours' drive west was a crime scene. Everyone in the region knew Hemlock. He wasn't exactly loved, but he was a fixture. His death was a shock. We were all talking about it during lunch breaks, speculating about who would dare cross him. Nobody saw it coming, not really. But even as the news cycles spun, life at St. Jude's continued its slow, predictable pace, or so I thought. Then came Thursday. I was knee-deep in quarterly reports, battling a stubborn spreadsheet when my phone rang. It was Dr. Albright, the hospital director, a stern woman with a sharp mind and an even sharper tongue. She never called unless it was urgent. "Alex, did you process that last donation?" she asked, her voice tight with a mixture of excitement and disbelief. I frowned, scrolling through recent entries. "I'm not sure what you mean, Dr. Albright. I've logged several smaller ones this week, but nothing extraordinary." "Extraordinary doesn't even begin to cover it," she corrected, a strange tremor in her usually unyielding voice. "Check the incoming transfers, a wire transfer, anonymous, 7 figures. 7 figures, my jaw dropped. We'd never received a donation like that, not ever. I quickly navigated to the bank's online portal, my fingers suddenly clumsy on the keyboard. There it was. A transfer dated that very morning for $8 million, $8 million from an anonymous source. My first thought was sheer elation. This kind of money could revitalize St. Jude's, buy new equipment, expand our services. It was a miracle. But then, as I stared at the screen, a tiny, almost imperceptible prickle of unease started in the back of my neck. An anonymous donation of $8 million, the same week one of the wealthiest and most controversial figures in the region was brutally murdered. It felt too coincidental, too neat. I tried to shake off the thought. It was just good fortune, I told myself, a blessing. But as the afternoon wore on, a peculiar silence settled over the hospital. It wasn't the usual quiet of a well-run facility. This was different. The low hum of the boiler room below my apartment seemed louder, more insistent. The usual distant chatter from the nurse's station faded. Even the wind outside, which usually whistled through the old eaves, seemed to hold its breath. The light outside, typically a warm, fading gold at this hour, cast long, deep shadows through the tall, narrow windows, making the familiar hallway outside my office door look foreign, almost menacing. I looked up from my desk, my gaze drifting to the silent, empty hallway. The air felt heavy, as if holding a secret. And in that unnatural quiet, for the first time, I felt a distinct, chilling ripple of dread. That chilling ripple of dread didn't dissipate with the setting sun. It clung to me like the damp, Catskill air seeping into the very stones of St. Jude's. I tried to focus on the numbers, the spreadsheets that had once been my anchor, but my gaze kept straying to the unmoving shadows in the hall. $8 million, Old Man Hemlock. The two thoughts were bound together in my mind, an insidious knot I couldn't untangle. I stayed late that evening, long after the last of the day's staff had gone, the only sound the distant, rhythmic thrum of the boiler and the occasional creak of an old pipe. My apartment was directly above that boiler room, and tonight the low hum felt less like a mechanical function and more like a living, breathing pulse, beating in time with my own escalating anxiety. I finally dragged myself upstairs, the familiar steps feeling heavier than usual. My small apartment, usually a refuge, now felt exposed. I drew the worn curtains, making sure they covered every inch of glass, as if shutting out the night could also shut out the unsettling questions swirling in my head. Sleep didn't come easily. Every shadow seemed to shift, every creak of the old building sounded like a footstep. I kept replaying the events of the day, the strange tremor in Dr. Albright's voice, the astronomical sum, the brutal news of Hemlock. My rational mind tried to push it away. It's a coincidence, Alex, a very, very lucky coincidence for the hospital. But the gut feeling, that cold, undeniable prickle, wouldn't be silenced. Friday dawned gray and overcast, mirroring my mood. The hospital, however, was buzzing with an unfamiliar energy. The news of the donation had spread like wildfire. Whispers followed me down the corridors, hushed tones about the miracle, the benefactor, the new era for St. Jude's. Dr. Albright, usually a fortress of calm, was almost giddy. Her sharp tongue was softened by a triumphant smile, and she strode through the halls with a new spring in her step. Alex, a word, she called, catching me by the nurse's station, a stack of invoices clutched in my hand. Her office door clicked shut behind us. The air in the room felt thick with expectation, almost celebratory. "This is unprecedented, Alex," she began, her eyes sparkling. $8 million. We can finally upgrade the MRI machine, get those new surgical suites we've been dreaming of, maybe even expand our outreach programs into Havenwood. This isn't just a donation, it's a lifeline." I nodded, forcing a smile that felt alien on my face. "It's incredible, Dr. Albright. Have we tried to find out who sent it?" Her smile faltered slightly, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. "Of course, we tried. The transfer was made through a shell corporation, a series of anonymous accounts, untraceable by design, but does it matter? The money is here. It's clean, legitimate funds. The bank confirmed as much." "But the timing," I started, then hesitated. How could I articulate the feeling without sounding paranoid, without spoiling the fragile joy that had descended upon the hospital? With Mr. Hemlock's death, it's just very coincidental. Dr. Albright's expression hardened. Her usual sternness returned, amplified. "Alex, I understand your reservations. You're a cautious man, and that's a valuable trait, but sometimes a blessing is just a blessing. Mr. Hemlock was a despicable man. His death is a tragedy, yes, but it has no bearing on our good fortune. Do you really believe someone would murder a man and then immediately donate $8 million to a small, struggling hospital in the middle of nowhere as some kind of penance? It's absurd." Her logic was sound. My theory, whispered only in the dark corners of my mind, did sound absurd when spoken aloud. I felt a flush creep up my neck. "No, Dr. Albright, of course not. I just wondered." She softened slightly, sensing my discomfort. "Don't wonder, Alex. Celebrate. This hospital has been on life support for years. This money means we can save lives, expand our reach. Don't let shadows of doubt obscure the light this brings." She paused, then leaned forward conspiratorially. "I want you to be the primary point person for managing these funds. You're meticulous, you're trustworthy, and you understand the hospital's needs better than anyone. We'll set up a separate account, a special fund. Every expenditure will go through you and me." The weight of her words settled on me. $8 million, my responsibility. It wasn't just a number on a screen anymore. It was a tangible thing, a colossal sum I was now tasked with overseeing. The anxiety I'd felt before was nothing compared to this new crushing burden. It also meant I would be privy to every detail, every transaction related to this mysterious sum. A part of me, the part still gripped by dread, knew this was both a blessing and a curse. Over the next few days, the hospital was transformed. The initial shock wore off, replaced by an almost giddy excitement. Plans were drawn up, equipment catalogs ordered. Even the oldest nurses, their faces etched with years of quiet resignation, now harbored a spark of hope. The usual quiet of St. Jude's was replaced by an optimistic hum, a stark contrast to the persistent unease gnawing at my insides. I threw myself into the task Dr. Albright had given me. I meticulously set up the new accounts, drafted preliminary budgets for the proposed upgrades, and researched vendors for the state-of-the-art medical equipment. The sheer volume of work was immense, a welcome distraction that kept my mind from dwelling too much on Hemlock or the source of the funds. But even as I immersed myself in the logistics, the feeling of being watched, of something lurking just out of sight, never truly left me. A week after the donation, Dr. Albright called an all-staff meeting in the main common room, a space usually reserved for patient rehabilitation exercises. The atmosphere was festive. She spoke eloquently of the hospital's future, thanking the anonymous donor whose generosity she claimed was a testament to the vital role St. Jude's played in the community. Everyone cheered, everyone, it seemed, except me. As she spoke, I scanned the faces in the room. Dr. Albright radiant, Nurse Peterson wiping away a tear of relief, old Mr. Henderson from maintenance actually smiling. Everyone looked genuinely happy, genuinely relieved. Was I the only one who felt a cold hand gripping my heart? Was I just imagining things? After the meeting, I retreated to my office, seeking the familiar comfort of my desk. But even there, the walls seemed to whisper. I pulled up the transaction details for the anonymous wire transfer again. $8 million, source Evergreen Holdings LLC. I'd checked the Shell Corporation online. It was registered in the Cayman Islands, its director listed as a corporate services provider, a legal phantom. A dead end, just as Dr. Albright had said. But something tugged at me. Evergreen Holdings. Hemlock had made his fortune in timber and land deals. He owned vast tracts of forest, logging companies, timber mills, Evergreen. It could be a pure coincidence, of course, but the name resonated with his business. A shiver ran down my spine. That evening, I did something I probably shouldn't have. I went to the small, dusty hospital archives, a cavernous room in the basement usually only visited by medical students searching for rare case studies. St. Jude's, being an old hospital, had records stretching back decades, stored in heavy ledgers and ancient filing cabinets. I wasn't looking for medical files, though. I was looking for anything related to Hemlock. It was a long shot, a desperate attempt to find a link, any link between him and St. Jude's. I spent hours down there, the stale air thick with the smell of old paper and dust. The only light came from a single bare bulb hanging precariously from the ceiling, casting long, dancing shadows. I scoured old donation records, board meeting minutes, even local newspaper clippings that the hospital used to collect. Nothing. Hemlock's name didn't appear in any philanthropic capacity, nor did he seem to have any direct business dealings with St. Jude's. He was a notoriously private man, and equally notoriously tight-fisted when it came to charity. His absence from the donation ledgers was, if anything, exactly what I would have expected. Discouraged, I was about to give up when I stumbled upon a dusty, oversized ledger marked Property Deeds and Historical Transactions. It was a relic, probably from the hospital's founding. I opened it, pages crackling like dry leaves. Most of it was archaic legalese detailing purchases of land for expansion in the early 20th century. But then, almost at the very back near the end, I found an entry from about 30 years ago. It wasn't a donation, it was a contested land dispute. A small parcel of land adjacent to the hospital's original property had been acquired by St. Jude's through eminent domain, ostensibly for future expansion. The previous owner, a local farmer named Bartholomew Finch, had fought it bitterly, claiming the land had been in his family for generations. The dispute had been ugly, drawn out, and ultimately Finch lost. The land became part of St. Jude's. What caught my eye, though, was a small, almost illegible note scribbled in the margin next to the resolution of the dispute. Finch, advised by Hemlock Legal Group. My breath hitched. Hemlock. He wasn't a direct donor, no, but he had been involved, however peripherally, with St. Jude's in the past. He'd represented the losing side in a bitter land dispute. This wasn't a connection that screamed $8 million donation, but it was a connection nonetheless. It was a tiny thread, almost invisible, but now I had something, a seed of an idea. Hemlock knew St. Jude's. He knew its vulnerable position. Could this dispute have created an enemy, or perhaps even an opportunity for him? I closed the ledger, the dust motes dancing in the dim light. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm. This felt less like finding a clue and more like disturbing a hornet's nest. I took a photo of the entry with my phone, a small modern piece of technology amidst the ancient records, then carefully replaced the ledger. I left the archives, the oppressive silence of the basement following me. The low hum of the boiler room seemed to intensify, vibrating through the floorboards. Over the next few days, the initial euphoria at St. Jude's began to settle into a new routine, albeit one tinged with cautious optimism. Dr. Albright, still riding high on the tide of newfound wealth, tasked me with getting competitive bids for a state-of-the-art MRI machine. The hospital buzzed with activity, not just the usual medical operations, but a flurry of architects, equipment salesmen, and contractors, all vying for a slice of the $8 million pie. My job became a dizzying whirlwind of meetings, calls, and paperwork, managing the flow of information and filtering proposals. It was a massive undertaking, and it consumed most of my waking hours. Yet the memory of that ledger entry, the brief mention of Hemlock, lingered at the back of my mind like a persistent itch. One evening, exhausted from a long day of negotiations, I found myself in the hospital's small, rarely used library. It was less a library and more a collection of old medical texts and a handful of local history books. I wasn't looking for anything specific, just a quiet place to sit and try to clear my head. My eyes, however, were drawn to a collection of local newspapers bound and archived. I pulled out a volume from 30 years ago, around the time of the land dispute mentioned in the ledger. It took some digging, but I found it. A series of articles detailing the bitter legal battle between St. Jude's and Bartholomew Finch over the land. The headlines were sensational. Local farmer fights hospital expansion. St. Jude's takes land by force of law. Finch family devastated by court ruling. The articles painted a grim picture of Finch, a man who had lost his family's ancestral land, driven to despair. Hemlock Legal Group was indeed mentioned as his representation. The articles also detailed how Hemlock, known for his aggressive tactics, had fought tooth and nail only to lose. One small article buried deep within the legal reports caught my attention. It was a follow-up piece a few months after the court ruling discussing the aftermath. Bartholomew Finch, it stated, had suffered a debilitating stroke shortly after losing the land, leaving him partially paralyzed and unable to work his remaining farm. He had died a year later, a broken man. The article hinted at financial ruin and the emotional toll the loss of his land had taken. It was a tragic story, a small footnote in the hospital's history. I felt a cold prickle return. This wasn't just a simple land dispute. For Finch, it had been his life, his legacy. and Hemlock had been there, witnessed it, represented him. Hemlock was known for never forgetting a slight, for holding grudges for decades. Was this related? Had Hemlock somehow used this past incident to orchestrate something to punish St. Jude S? But what kind of punishment involved giving them $8 million? It didn't make sense. Unless the money itself was the punishment or a trap. The next few days brought more unsettling developments, though none directly related to the money. It started small. Missing supplies from the storage room, nothing major, a box of latex gloves here, a few rolls of gauze there. Then a few patient files were misplaced, only to turn up later, slightly out of order. Small administrative errors, easily dismissed as an overwhelmed staff or my own burgeoning workload. But they contributed to the growing sense of unease. One afternoon, I was walking past the old boiler room, the source of the constant hum beneath my apartment. The door, usually kept locked, was slightly ajar. Curiosity, or perhaps an instinct I couldn't quite name, compelled me to peek inside. The room was dark, filled with the vast, ancient machinery, steam pipes snaking through the cavernous space. The air was hot and thick with the smell of oil and old metal. Nothing seemed out of place. But then my eyes landed on something near the far wall, partially obscured by a stack of old spare parts. A large, sturdy wooden crate. It wasn't a hospital crate. It looked like a shipping crate, the kind used for heavy industrial equipment. I edged closer, my heart thumping. There was no visible label, no markings. It just sat there, out of place, almost menacing in its silent presence. Had it always been there? I couldn't remember seeing it before. I tried to lift the lid, but it was nailed shut, solid and heavy. A faint, almost imperceptible metallic scent, not oil or rust, seemed to emanate from it. It was faint but distinct. I backed away, my unease turning into a cold certainty that something was deeply wrong. I quietly pushed the door shut, locking it from the outside with the old, rusty latch. That night, the hum from the boiler room felt different. It was no longer just the sound of machinery. It was a rhythmic pulse, a low throb that seemed to resonate with the questions in my head. What was in that crate? Who put it there? I couldn't shake the feeling that the hospital, once my sanctuary, was slowly transforming into something else, something dangerous. The $8 million had brought with it not salvation, but a chilling current of dread, a whisper of a threat I couldn't yet define. I felt a growing sense of isolation. I couldn't share my fears with Dr. Albright. She was too consumed by the prospect of renovation. The other staff were too busy celebrating. I was alone in my suspicion, trapped in a waking nightmare. I knew I needed to investigate further to understand the connection between Hemlock, Finch, the land, and this monstrous donation. The crate in the boiler room added another layer of mystery, another piece to a puzzle I desperately needed to solve before it consumed me, and perhaps the entire hospital. The following morning, I tried to focus on my administrative duties, but my mind kept drifting back to the crate. I kept picturing it solid and unyielding, nestled in the shadows of the boiler room. The metallic scent. What was it? Iron, blood. My imagination, already working overtime, conjured up sinister images. After lunch, I spotted Mr. Henderson, the head of maintenance, lumbering down the hall with a toolbox. He was a gruff, quiet man nearing retirement who knew every pipe and wire in the old building. Mr. Henderson, I called out, trying to sound casual. Quick question for you. I was down by the boiler room yesterday and I noticed a large wooden crate in there. Has that been there long? I don't recall seeing it before. He stopped, his brow furrowed. A crate in the boiler room? No, son, I haven't seen any crate. Nothing of that sort belongs down there. We keep that space clear for access to the machinery. He squinted, a hint of suspicion entering his eyes. You sure you saw a crate? Positive, I said, trying to keep my voice even. Large, heavy-looking, no markings. He grunted, a sound that could mean anything from confusion to disbelief. Well, I'll take a look. Shouldn't be anything like that in there. I watched him walk towards the basement stairs, a knot tightening in my stomach. What if it was gone? What if I'd imagined it? Or worse, what if whoever put it there had removed it knowing I'd seen it? A tense 15 minutes later, Henderson returned, his face grim. You were right, Alex. There was a crate, big one, heavy, just sitting there like it owned the place. A wave of relief and dread washed over me simultaneously. Relief that I hadn't imagined it, dread that it was real. Did you open it? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Henderson shook his head. No, lad, didn't touch it. It was nailed shut tight, and it felt wrong, just felt wrong being there. He looked at me, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Don't like the look of it, Alex. I've called Dr. Albright. She needs to see this. My heart pounded. This was it. The moment when my private fears would either be validated or dismissed as paranoia. Dr. Albright arrived shortly, her expression a mix of annoyance and curiosity. She listened intently as Henderson and I explained, her sharp gaze darting between us. A crate, she repeated, her voice skeptical. In the boiler room, how could something like that get in there without anyone noticing? I don't know, Dr. Albright, I said, but it's there and it wasn't there before. She sighed, a hint of impatience in her posture. All right, let's go see this mysterious crate. We descended into the basement, the air growing cooler, heavier. The hum of the boiler room grew louder with each step. Henderson opened the heavy metal door and we stepped inside. The bare bulb cast its familiar sickly yellow glow, the pipe snaked above us, and there it was against the far wall, silent and imposing, the wooden crate. Dr. Albright's expression shifted from skepticism to mild alarm. She approached it cautiously, circling it, her hand hesitantly reaching out but not touching the rough wood. "You're right," she murmured. "This is unusual. Where would this even come from?" "No idea," I said. "No shipping labels, nothing." "We need to open it," she decided, her voice firm. "Henderson, can you get some tools, a crowbar maybe?" Henderson nodded, already heading out. The three of us stood in silence for a moment, the hum of the boiler filling the void. The metallic scent I'd noticed before seemed stronger now, sharper. Henderson returned with a crowbar and a hammer. With a few practiced movements, he began to pry at the lid. The sound of splintering wood echoed in the cavernous room, each crack amplified, jarring. Dust motes danced frantically in the light. Finally, with a loud groan, the lid came loose. Henderson heaved it off, laying it carefully on the floor. We all peered inside. The crate was filled with packing straw, thick bundles of it obscuring whatever lay beneath. Henderson reached in, pushing aside some of the straw. His hand recoiled sharply. "What is it?" Dr. Albright asked, her voice tight with apprehension. Henderson didn't answer immediately. He stared into the crate, his face pale. Then very slowly he reached in again, pulling aside more straw, revealing the contents. It wasn't medical equipment. It wasn't a bomb or contraband or anything my feverish imagination had conjured. It was a collection of personal items carefully arranged. A worn leather-bound journal, a small tarnished silver locket, a child's wooden toy, a carved horse, a faded photograph, brittle with age, showing a family standing in front of an old farmhouse, and nestled among them a heavy, ornate brass key. And on top of it all, a single, neatly folded piece of paper. Dr. Albright reached for the paper, her fingers trembling slightly. She unfolded it. Her eyes scanned the contents and her face drained of all color. She let out a soft gasp, a sound of utter shock and disbelief. "What is it, Dr. Albright?" I asked, my voice a strained whisper. She looked up, her gaze distant, unfocused. Her hand, holding the paper, was shaking uncontrollably. It's a letter from Bartholomew Finch." My blood ran cold. Finch. The farmer who had lost his land to the hospital, the man whose life had been ruined by that legal battle, the man Hemlock had represented. "Read it," I urged, my voice hoarse. She took a deep, shuddering breath, then began to read, her voice barely audible, a fragile whisper in the vast, echoing room. "To the administrators of St. Jude's Hospital, past, present, and future," she began, her voice gaining a fragile strength. "My name is Bartholomew Finch. If you are reading this, then the time has come for you to understand the true cost of what you took from me. 30 years ago, you stole my land, my livelihood, my family's legacy. You broke me, you thought you won, but some battles once fought never truly end. And some debts, though long unacknowledged, must eventually be paid." Dr. Albright paused, swallowing hard. Her eyes darted to the contents of the crate, then back to the letter. "The items in this crate are what little I had left that truly mattered. My memories, my family's story. The key unlocks a vault that contains a fortune that represents what you owe me, what you took, $8 million. I gasped. 8 million, the same amount. "I knew I would not live to see this day," she continued, her voice trembling. "But I found a way, a partner in my quest for justice, a man who understood the depths of my grievance, a man who promised to see my legacy and my revenge carried out. He was a ruthless man, yes, but honorable in his own twisted way when it came to promises. He swore to me that St. Jude's would receive this payment, this burden, exactly 30 years after the day my land was stolen. Not as a gift, but as a curse, a payment for a debt that you thought long forgotten." Dr. Albright's voice broke. She looked at me, her eyes wide with a dawning, terrible realization. This is the money, Alex, the $8 million. It's from Finch, from Hemlock, it's revenge." The words hung in the air, heavy and dark. The hum of the boiler room was no longer just machinery, it was the steady pulse of a ticking bomb. The metallic scent, it wasn't iron, it wasn't blood. It was the cold, unyielding smell of old, buried anger. "You think you are saved?" Dr. Albright continued, forcing herself to finish, her voice barely a whisper. "You think this money is a blessing? No, it is the beginning. It is the payment of a debt and the initiation of a torment. For with this money comes a responsibility, a choice. Use it to rebuild and you invite the old wound to fester. Refuse it and you betray the very lives you claim to save. This money is a mirror," St. Jude asked. "It reflects the ugliness of your past and it will define the horror of your future. For I leave you not a gift but a legacy of pain, and the game has just begun. Sincerely, Bartholomew Finch." She finished, her hand dropping to her side, the letter fluttering to the floor. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the distant, rhythmic thrum of the boiler and the ragged sound of our own breathing. Dr. Albright looked at me, her face utterly pale, her eyes wide with a horror that mirrored my own. Henderson stood frozen, staring into the crate as if expecting something to leap out. My initial dread had finally found its horrific confirmation. It wasn't just a coincidence, it wasn't just a blessing. It was a meticulously planned act of posthumous revenge orchestrated by a bitter, ruined farmer and executed by the ruthless man who had just been murdered. Old Man Hemlock hadn't just been a lawyer for Finch, he had been the architect of this elaborate, terrifying scheme. The $8 million was not a gift. It was a curse, a payment from the grave, a debt that brought with it not salvation, but a chilling, undefined torment, and the game, as Finch's letter declared, had just begun. The quiet, remote hospital, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison, and we, the administrators, the staff, the patients, were all unwitting players in a deadly, decades-old vendetta. We had accepted the money, we had used it, there was no turning back. The knot in my stomach tightened into a cold, hard stone. My earlier fears now seemed naive. The true horror had only just revealed itself. The words hung in the air, heavy and dark. The hum of the boiler room was no longer just machinery, it was the steady pulse of a ticking bomb. The metallic scent, it wasn't iron, it wasn't blood. It was the cold, unyielding smell of old, buried anger. Dr. Albright's hand holding the letter dropped to her side, the paper fluttering to the floor. She looked at me, her face utterly pale, her eyes wide with a horror that mirrored my own. Henderson stood frozen, staring into the crate, as if expecting something to leap out. My initial dread had finally found its horrific confirmation. It wasn't just a coincidence, it wasn't just a blessing. It was a meticulously planned act of posthumous revenge orchestrated by a bitter, ruined farmer and executed by the ruthless man who had just been murdered. Old Man Hemlock hadn't just been a lawyer for Finch, he had been the architect of this elaborate, terrifying scheme. The $8 million was not a gift. It was a curse, a payment from the grave, a debt that brought with it not salvation, but a chilling, undefined torment, and the game, as Finch's letter declared, had just begun. The quiet, remote hospital, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison, and we, the administrators, the staff, the patients, were all unwitting players in a deadly, decades-old vendetta. We had accepted the money, we had used it, there was no turning back. The knot in my stomach tightened into a cold, hard stone. My earlier fears now seemed naive. The true horror had only just revealed itself. Dr. Albright was the first to move, bending slowly to retrieve the letter. Her movements were stiff like an automaton. Her eyes scanned the words again, as if hoping they would change, melt away into an innocent explanation. They didn't. She looked at the contents of the crate, the journal, the locket, the child's toy, the faded photograph, the heavy brass key. These weren't just objects, they were fragments of a ruined life imbued with a malevolent purpose. This is madness, she whispered, her voice raw. A dead man's vengeful scheme, it's impossible. Henderson, still wide-eyed, finally spoke, his voice a low rumble. Revenge, doctor, on us, for what happened 30 years ago. Dr. Albright nodded slowly, her gaze fixing on me. He represented Finch in the land dispute. Alex Hemlock, he was involved. Yes, I confirmed, my voice hoarse. I found an entry in the old property ledger, and then I read the old newspaper articles. Finch lost everything, his farm, his health, his life. A grim silence descended, broken only by the relentless thrum of the boiler. It felt like the heartbeat of a monstrous machine, now activated and demanding its due. What do we do? Henderson asked, his voice shaking slightly. This money, we've already started spending it. The question hung heavy in the air. We had ordered the MRI machine, placed deposits on surgical suite upgrades. Contracts were signed, architects were drawing plans. Reversing course now would be catastrophic, both financially and to the hospital's reputation. We'd be forced to explain why we were suddenly rejecting a massive, anonymous donation, and what explanation could we possibly give? A dead farmer cursed us from the grave. It was absurd, yet terrifyingly real. We tell no one, Dr. Albright said, her voice regaining some of its usual authority, though it was laced with a desperate edge. Not a soul. This stays between the three of us. If this letter gets out, it will destroy everything. Panic, lawsuits, investigations, the hospital would never recover. I agreed. The staff, already buoyed by the prospect of a new era, would be shattered. The hope that had blossomed in the halls would wither and die, replaced by fear and suspicion. And what about the patients? Could we, in good conscience, continue to operate with a sword of Damocles hanging over us, its hilt held by a vengeful ghost? But the money, I interjected. Finch called it a curse, a torment. What does that mean? Dr. Albright's eyes flickered to the items in the crate. He said, use it to rebuild and you invite the old wound to fester, and the game has just begun. She picked up the worn leather journal. Perhaps the answers are in here. She looked at me, her expression resolute despite the terror etched on her face. Alex, you were right to be suspicious from the start. You see things others miss. I need you to lead this. You found the connection. You understand the finances. You understand the history now. We need to understand the game to understand what Finch intends. The weight of responsibility settled on me, heavier than ever before. $8 million, a dead man's revenge. And now I was the one tasked with navigating this treacherous path. Henderson, Dr. Albright continued, turning to the maintenance man, this crate needs to be secured. Put it somewhere safe, somewhere no one will find it, and keep this boiler room locked tighter than ever. No one comes in here, understand. Henderson nodded, his face still pale but determined. Yes, doctor, I'll make sure of it. As he started to repack the crate, carefully placing the lid back on, Dr. Albright handed me the letter and the journal. Go, she said, her voice barely a whisper. Go read this, understand it, we need to know what we're up against. I took the items, their touch strangely cold against my skin. As I left the boiler room, the heavy metal door clanging shut behind me, the hum of the machinery seemed to follow, no longer just a sound, but a malevolent whisper, the distant echo of a vengeful spirit. I retreated to my apartment above the boiler room, the thrum beneath my feet now a constant, unnerving presence. The light was fading, casting long shadows across my small living space, making the familiar feel alien. I locked my door, drew the curtains, and sat at my rickety table, placing Finch's letter and journal carefully before me. I reread the letter, every word piercing me anew. A payment for a debt that you thought long forgot. The initiation of a torment, a legacy of pain. The chilling conviction in Finch's words was undeniable. This wasn't a random act. It was meticulously crafted, designed to inflict maximum psychological and emotional damage long after the perpetrator was gone. And Hemlock, the ruthless businessman, had seen it through. What kind of relationship did they have that Hemlock would honor such a macabre request? Then I turned to the journal. It was old, the leather cracked, the pages yellowed. The handwriting inside was spidery, precise, but fading in places. It wasn't a diary, not exactly. It seemed to be a record of Finch's life, a chronicle of his days, but infused with a growing bitterness. The early entries were simple, detailing farm life, harvests, the changing seasons. He wrote of his wife Martha and a young daughter Lily. There was a palpable sense of contentment, of pride in his land and his family. He described the land he called Eden's Meadow, the very parcel St. Jude's had taken, with a reverence that spoke of deep ancestral connection. It was more than just property to him, it was an extension of his soul. As I delved deeper, the tone shifted. Entries became shorter, more fragmented, filled with anxieties about encroaching development, rising taxes, and then the first mention of St. Jude's. Initially, it was a polite request for a small portion of his land for future expansion. Finch, trusting and neighborly, had considered it, but ultimately refused. The land was his family's. Then came the legal notices, the court summons. The handwriting became more agitated, the words scrawled with an urgency that conveyed his mounting despair. He wrote of feeling helpless, alone against a powerful institution. He recounted his meetings with lawyers, his initial optimism, which soon soured into frustration. And then the name Hemlock appeared. Hemlock, a shark, but a shark on my side. He promised to fight, to tear them apart for what they were doing. He said they had no right, he understood. Finch described Hemlock with a mixture of fear and admiration, a man he recognized as a formidable force. Hemlock's reputation as ruthless and aggressive was well documented. It seemed he had approached Finch, not the other way around, sensing an opportunity or perhaps genuinely moved by the injustice in his own twisted way. The journal entries after the court ruling were agonizing to read. Finch detailed the slow, painful unraveling of his life, his stroke brought on by stress and despair, his wife Martha struggling to keep the remaining farm afloat, his daughter Lily growing up in the shadow of their loss. He wrote of the land, Eden's Meadow, lying fallow, never used by the hospital for its promised expansion, a constant, bitter reminder of what he had lost. The hospital in its zeal had indeed taken the land, but never built on it, leaving it an overgrown testament to Finch's suffering. The final entries were chillingly precise. He wrote of his failing health, his dwindling resources, but also of a growing, consuming obsession with justice. He wrote of long, clandestine meetings with Hemlock, of a pact made, a plan devised. Hemlock says it will be done 30 years. They will forget, they will prosper, and then they will pay. Not just with money, but with the knowledge of what they did and the burden of what they accepted. Finch clearly spelled out his intent. The money was not a means to an end, but the initiation of a psychological torment. He wanted them to feel the weight of his suffering, to understand the true cost of their victory. He wanted them to question everything, to feel a creeping dread with every dollar they spent. The journal didn't specify how the torment would unfold, but the intent was clear. This was a long-game strategy designed to make St. Jude's pay for generations. The key, he mentioned, was for the vault, a vault he and Hemlock had prepared. A vault that held a fortune, but also perhaps something more. I closed the journal, my hands shaking. The full scope of Finch's revenge and Hemlock's complicity was slowly unfurling before me. This wasn't just about money, it was about legacy, about memory, about the corrosive power of an unforgiven wrong. Sleep that night was impossible. Every creak of the old building, every distant rustle of the wind, every vibration from the boiler room below felt like a deliberate prod from Finch's vengeful spirit. The hospital, once a place of healing, now felt like a giant, meticulously constructed trap. The next morning, Dr. Albright's office was tense. She looked as if she hadn't slept either. I laid out what I'd learned from the journal. Her face grew grimmer with each revelation. So Hemlock wasn't just his lawyer, she concluded, rubbing her temples. He was his partner in this posthumous vendetta. He set this whole thing in motion, knowing he might not be alive to see its fruition. It appears so, I said. Finch died a year after the stroke. Hemlock carried this out 30 years later exactly as promised, which makes his own murder even more perplexing. Was it related to this, or was it just a coincidence that Hemlock was killed just before fulfilling his part of the bargain? Hard to say, Dr. Albright mused. Hemlock made many enemies, but the timing, it's certainly suspicious. The journal also mentions a vault, I reminded her, placing the heavy brass key on her desk. Finch explicitly says this key unlocks a vault containing the fortune, but also something more. We found the wire transfer already, so what's in the vault? Dr. Albright picked up the key, turning it over in her fingers. It felt ancient, heavy with secrets. Another piece of the puzzle then, where would such a vault be? Finch's old farm is gone, replaced by residential developments years ago. Did Hemlock have a vault? He had properties all over the region. The journal is vague on the location, I admitted. He just called it the vault. But it's clear he intended us to find it, or at least be aware of its existence. It's part of the game. The immediate priority was to protect the hospital from the unfolding torment. We continued to keep the secret, a heavy burden that isolated us from the rest of the staff. The optimistic hum of the hospital continued, oblivious to the dark current swirling beneath its foundations. But the subtle torment, the festering wound, began to manifest in unsettling ways. It started with a series of minor mishaps, escalating from mere inconvenience to outright sabotage. The missing supplies I'd noticed before suddenly increased. Not just a box of gloves, but entire shipments of critical medication, sterile dressings, and even basic cleaning supplies vanished from locked storage rooms. Mr. Henderson, frustrated and bewildered, started blaming new hires, but there was no evidence. He even set up a makeshift alarm system, but the supplies continued to disappear, leaving no trace of forced entry. Then came the equipment malfunctions. The old X-ray machine, which had been temperamental but functional, began to emit strange, distorted images, rendering it useless for accurate diagnoses. The vital signs monitors in the critical care unit started giving erratic readings, forcing nurses to rely on manual checks and creating dangerous delays. Even the newly ordered ultrasound machine, delivered just a few days prior as one of the first purchases with Finch's money, suddenly stopped working, its internal diagnostics showing a baffling, untraceable error. "It's like the place is fighting us," Nurse Peterson, usually stoic, muttered one evening as she wrestled with a sputtering ventilator. "Ever since that big money came in, things have just gone wrong." I overheard snippets of conversations, whispers of bad luck, of a hex, even of a curse. Some staff members, particularly the older ones who remembered the Finch family's story, began to look at the new funds with a superstitious dread. They didn't know the full truth, but their instincts, honed by years in an old, isolated hospital, were sensing something amiss. Dr. Albright, trying to maintain a facade of calm, was growing visibly strained. She was constantly on the phone, dealing with vendors, technicians, and insurance adjusters. The repair costs, the delays, the logistical nightmares were chipping away at her resolve. The $8 million, instead of bringing salvation, was turning into a bottomless pit of unexpected expenses and unforeseen problems. Every solution seemed to breed a new complication. One afternoon, I found a small, peculiar drawing tacked to the bulletin board in the staff break room. It was crudely sketched, depicting a stylized tree with deep roots, and then a series of crude, dark lines extending from the roots, wrapping around a small, box-like building that resembled St. Jude's. Underneath, in shaky handwriting, were the words, "The Roots Remember." I tore it down, my heart pounding. It wasn't just childish vandalism, it felt like a message, a direct taunt. The roots, of course, were Finch's connection to the land, his legacy. It was a clear reference to his journal, his unwavering belief in the land's memory. Was this from an outside party, someone who knew Finch's story, or was it an internal warning? I showed it to Dr. Albright, who simply stared at it, her face a mask of grim determination. "This is what he meant by festering," she said, her voice tight. "Psychological warfare. He wants us to unravel from within." The next day, as I was working late, poring over invoices for replacement parts for the failing equipment, I heard a faint, discordant melody drifting from the boiler room below. It sounded like an old, tinny music box playing a mournful, repetitive tune. My blood ran cold. The boiler room was supposed to be locked, secured. I crept to my door, slowly turning the handle. The hallway was dark, silent. The music was faint but distinct. I moved quietly to the basement stairs, my heart thumping against my ribs. As I descended, the music grew louder, still tinny, still mournful. When I reached the heavy metal door of the boiler room, the music was clearly coming from within. I tried the latch. It was locked. I rattled it, but it held firm. The music, however, continued. It played for another minute, then abruptly stopped, leaving an echoing silence that felt even more oppressive than the sound. I stood there for a long time, listening, my ears straining for any other sound. Nothing. Had someone been inside? Was it a trick of the old building, the wind playing through the pipes? Or was it something else, something far more sinister? The cold, metallic scent I'd noticed from the crate seemed to linger in the air, even though the crate itself was now supposedly locked away. I reported it to Dr. Albright the next morning, my voice flat, devoid of emotion. She listened, her expression unreadable. Mr. Henderson assures me the lock is secure, she said, her voice betraying a hint of unease. He checked it personally after you reported seeing the crate. He's meticulous. Then how do you explain the music? I asked, my frustration rising. It wasn't my imagination, Dr. Albright, it was there. She sighed, running a hand through her hair. I don't know, Alex, but we can't afford to be rattled. Finch wants us to doubt ourselves, to doubt each other. We have to keep a clear head. But keeping a clear head was becoming increasingly difficult. The torment escalated. Personal items began to go missing from staff lockers, only to reappear in bizarre places. Nurse Peterson's car keys were found in a patient's bedpan. Dr. Lee's stethoscope was discovered hanging from a branch of a tree outside the ER window. These were minor annoyances, easily dismissed as pranks or absent-mindedness, but cumulatively they chipped away at morale, fostering an atmosphere of suspicion and distrust. Arguments broke out in the break room over perceived slights, over who was responsible for the disappearing items. The drawing of the tree with roots wrapped around the hospital reappeared, this time scrawled in permanent marker on a whiteboard in the surgical prep room, accompanied by a new message: the roots reach. I felt a growing sense of isolation. Dr. Albright and I were bound by the terrible secret, but even our interactions were becoming strained, tinged with a mutual, unspoken fear. We were both under immense pressure, trying to keep the hospital functioning amidst the chaos, while simultaneously trying to decipher Finch's game. I revisited the Finch journal, poring over every word, searching for any clue, any hint about the vault's location, or a deeper meaning behind the torment. There was a section where he detailed his fascination with the local geology, particularly the network of caves and abandoned mines that riddled the Catskills. He spoke of secret places, hidden nooks, ancient tunnels that only a select few knew about. Hemlock, too, with his extensive land holdings in the region, would have been intimately familiar with such hidden locales. Could the vault be in one of these places? I decided to take the initiative, knowing Dr. Albright was too overwhelmed to focus on anything beyond immediate crises. I needed to find that vault. If it contained something that could explain Finch's full intent or even a way to mitigate the curse, it was worth the risk. I felt a compelling, almost hypnotic pull towards solving this mystery, as if Finch's spirit was guiding me, taunting me. I began my research in the small hospital library, sifting through local history books, geological surveys, and old maps of the Catskills. The region was indeed honeycombed with caves and disused mines, remnants of a forgotten mining boom. Finch's family, being old landowners, would have known these paths, these hidden places. One evening after the hospital had settled into its nighttime quiet, I snuck back into the archives, the bare bulb casting its familiar sickly glow. I specifically looked for any records of Hemlock's land acquisitions. His empire, I knew, was vast. I needed to find a common thread, a link to a possible vault location. Hours blurred into one another, the dusty ledgers and brittle maps a dizzying maze. Hemlock's name was everywhere, associated with timber mills, vast tracts of forest, abandoned quarries. His land holdings stretched across several counties, a dark spiderweb across the landscape. Then I found it, an old survey map dating back 50 years of a large tract of land Hemlock had acquired relatively early in his career. It was a remote area deep in the mountains, miles from any major road. What caught my eye was a small, hand-drawn symbol on the map next to a feature labeled Old Iron Mine Number 3. The symbol was a simple, stylized image of a tree with deep roots, identical to the drawing that had appeared twice in the hospital. My breath hitched. This wasn't a coincidence. This was too precise. This was the sign. Hemlock had owned this land, and the map was clearly annotated by someone who knew Finch's symbolic language. He must have marked it himself, or Finch had. This was the vault. The Old Iron Mine Number 3. My heart pounded with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. I finally had a lead. This could be where the brass key belonged, but what would I find there? More of Finch's tormented past, or something far more dangerous? I took a photo of the map with my phone, committing the location to memory. I knew I couldn't tell Dr. Albright just yet. She would undoubtedly forbid me from going alone, and she was right, it was dangerous. But something compelled me, a desperate need to understand the full scope of Finch's legacy before it consumed us all. I had to go. The very next day, I made my preparations in secret. I packed a small bag with a flashlight, extra batteries, a compass, some water, and a basic first aid kit. I took the brass key, its weight a constant reminder of the task ahead. I called in sick, feigning a sudden illness, knowing Dr. Albright would be too busy to question it deeply. The drive was long, winding deeper and deeper into the Catskill Mountains. The paved roads eventually gave way to gravel, then to a barely discernible track overgrown with weeds and fallen leaves. The forest grew denser, taller, the sun struggling to penetrate the thick canopy. A heavy silence pressed in, broken only by the crunch of my tires and the distant calls of unseen birds. The air grew colder, the light dimmer. I parked my car off the track, hidden behind a cluster of pines, and continued on foot, using the map on my phone as a guide. The terrain was rugged, unforgiving, steep ascents and treacherous descents. I pushed through thick underbrush, ducked under low-hanging branches, my sense of unease growing with every step. I felt utterly alone, completely exposed. Finally, after what felt like hours, I saw it. A dark, jagged opening in the side of a moss-covered cliff face, the entrance to Old Iron Mine number 3. It looked less like a mine and more like a wound in the earth, forgotten and forbidding. The air that emanated from it was cold, damp, and carried the faint, earthy smell of rock and decay. A rusted, almost completely disintegrated metal gate, twisted and broken, hung precariously from one hinge, acting as a grim welcome. Above the entrance, barely visible beneath a layer of moss, I could make out faded, painted letters. Danger, keep out. Taking a deep breath, I switched on my flashlight. Its beam cut a weak swathe through the gloom. The interior of the mine was dark, absolute. The silence was unnerving, a profound absence of sound that seemed to swallow my footsteps. The air was heavy, damp, and surprisingly still. I stepped inside. The passage was narrow, hand-hewn, the rock walls rough and uneven. Water dripped from the ceiling in places, forming small puddles on the uneven floor. My flashlight beam danced ahead, revealing only darkness. This was no place for the faint of heart. I walked deeper into the mine, the outside world fading behind me, until all that remained was the beam of my flashlight, the cold rock, and the rhythmic thump of my own anxious heart. The air grew colder, and a faint, almost imperceptible metallic scent, disturbingly familiar, seemed to intensify. It was the same scent I'd noticed from the crate in the boiler room. The passage eventually opened into a larger chamber, a vast, echoing space. My flashlight beam struggled to illuminate the cavernous dimensions. The walls were uneven, raw, showing the scars of ancient picks and drills. Strange rock formations rose from the floor like petrified sentinels. And then I saw it. Directly in the center of the chamber, almost imperceptibly blended with the surrounding rock, was a large, solid block of stone. It looked like a natural formation, but its edges were too sharp, too deliberate. As I approached, my flashlight revealed a subtle seam, a faint outline of a door, almost perfectly carved into the rock face. This was it, the vault. I ran my hand over the cold stone, a shiver tracing its way down my spine. The metallic scent was strongest here, a palpable presence. I searched for a lock, a keyhole, and there it was, small and discreet, almost hidden by a thin layer of moss and grime, a simple circular keyhole, perfectly sized for the brass key in my hand. My heart hammered. This was the moment of truth. I took the key, my fingers trembling slightly, and inserted it into the lock. It slid in smoothly, a perfect fit, as if it had been waiting for this moment for 30 years. I turned it. With a soft click, the ancient mechanism engaged. I gripped the edge of the stone door, pulling slowly. It moved with a groan of displaced rock and ancient hinges, revealing a dark, narrow opening beyond. The darkness inside was absolute, a deeper, more profound void than the mine itself. The metallic scent was overwhelming now, almost suffocating. I pointed my flashlight into the newly revealed space. It was a small, rectangular chamber, no more than 10 feet deep and 6 feet wide. The walls were rough-hewn, but the floor was surprisingly smooth, almost polished. And in the center of the chamber, resting on a simple stone pedestal, was a single, large, dark wooden box. It was almost identical in shape and size to the crate we had found in the boiler room, but this one was much older, covered in dust and cobwebs and secured with heavy, rusted iron bands. The same metallic scent emanated from it, stronger now, almost unbearable. I stepped into the chamber, my breathing shallow, my flashlight fixed on the box. This was Finch's final revelation, the heart of his torment. I reached for the box, my fingers brushing against the cold, rusted metal. There was no lock, no visible latch. But as I ran my hand along its surface, I felt a faint, raised inscription on the lid, hidden beneath the dust. I blew away the grime, revealing the words carved into the aged wood. They were in the same spidery, precise hand as the journal entries. The true cost, what was taken, now returned, a reflection. A reflection, the words echoed Finch's letter, his description of the money as a mirror. I braced myself, my heart pounding, and lifted the heavy lid. It opened with a creak that sounded like a sigh from the depths of the earth. My flashlight beam plunged into the box, and what it revealed made me gasp, a choked sound that died in the suffocating silence of the vault. It wasn't gold, it wasn't stacks of money, it wasn't even documents or another letter. The box was filled with soil, dark, rich, loamy earth, and nestled within the soil, carefully arranged, were human bones, small, fragile bones, the bones of a child. And on top of the tiny, skeletal remains laid out like a macabre offering was a small, tarnished silver locket, identical to the one we had found in the crate at St. Jude's. This locket, however, was open. Inside, 2 miniature, faded photographs, one a young, smiling woman, the other a little girl with bright, curious eyes holding a small wooden carved horse. Lily, Finch's daughter. My flashlight beam trembled, casting dancing shadows across the horrifying contents. The metallic scent was now undeniable. It was the smell of old blood, dried and absorbed into the earth, clinging to the bones. The true cost, what was taken, now returned, a reflection. It hit me with the force of a physical blow. The land St. Jude's had taken, Eden's meadow, it wasn't just his farm, it was his family's burial ground. And somewhere on that land, perhaps where the hospital now stood, lay the unmarked grave of his daughter, Lily. Or perhaps her bones had been disturbed during the initial acquisition, unnoticed, unrecorded. Finch hadn't just lost his farm, he had lost his child or her sacred resting place in the eyes of his ancestral land. This wasn't just revenge for the land, it was revenge for the desecration of his family, for the ultimate loss of his legacy. The $8 million was a blood price, a payment for the deepest, most unforgivable wrong. The locket in the crate at St. Jude S was a twin, a symbol to ensure we understood. The small wooden carved horse, the child's toy, these were the echoes of a lost life. My mind reeled, Finch's words from the letter echoed in my head. What you took from me, 30 years ago you stole my land, my livelihood, my family's legacy, you broke me. He didn't just mean his living family, he meant the very earth where his dead lay, the roots of his family tree. This wasn't just a game, this was an ancient primal curse rooted in sacred land and ancestral pain. The $8 million wasn't just money, it was the payment for a desecration, and it bound us to a vengeful spirit, a torment that went far beyond mere psychological tricks. I stumbled back, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The cold, the darkness, the overwhelming stench of death and decay pressed in on me. I had found the vault, and it held a horror I could never have imagined. Finch's legacy of pain was literal, tangible. I had to get out, I had to tell Dr. Albright. The hospital was built on stolen land, on desecrated ground, paid for with blood money. The torment was not just random mishaps, it was the manifestation of a profound imbalance, a deep spiritual wound that had festered for decades. We weren't just administrators, we were custodians of a terrible, vengeful secret trapped in a house built on graves. I backed out of the chamber, my eyes fixed on the open box, on Lily's tiny bones. I didn't even bother to close the stone door or lock the vault. I just turned and fled, scrambling through the dark mine, the image seared into my mind. The earth beneath my feet felt like it was groaning, pulling me down, demanding its due. The hum of the boiler room, the unsettling quiet of the hospital, the whispered fear of the staff all took on a terrifying new meaning. We were not merely paying a debt, we were being haunted. And the true horror, I realized, had only just begun to truly reveal itself. I scrambled out of the mine, the darkness no longer a mysterious unknown but a suffocating shroud of terror. Each breath hitched, each step was a desperate lunge forward. The cold air, once chilling, now felt like a desperate gasp against the primal heat of fear raging within me. My flashlight beam, once a guide, now seemed to betray me, dancing across the rough-hewn walls, conjuring grotesque shadows from every crack and crevice. I didn't dare look back at the vault, at the open box, at the tiny skeletal remains that had irrevocably altered my understanding of everything. The metallic scent, the smell of ancient blood, clung to me, seeping into my clothes, my skin, my very soul. It was no longer a faint whisper, but a full-throated scream in my nostrils. The realization that St. Jude S was built upon such a profound, unacknowledged tragedy, a desecration of ancestral ground, made my stomach churn. The hospital, once a beacon of healing, was now in my mind a monument to a crime, a tombstone over a forgotten grave. I burst out of the mine entrance, gasping for air, the late afternoon sun a blinding, welcome assault on my eyes. The forest, which had felt menacing on my way in, now offered a strange, indifferent comfort. I stumbled through the underbrush, not caring about scratches or falls, driven by a singular urgent need: to escape this place and relay the horrifying truth to Dr. Albright. The hike back to my car was a blur of adrenaline and growing horror. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the leaves sounded like a vengeful spirit pursuing me. I imagined Finch's ghost, a gaunt, broken figure standing at the mouth of the mine, watching me flee, a grim satisfaction on his spectral face. Or perhaps Lily, her innocent, curious eyes now hollow sockets staring from the darkness. When I finally reached my car, hidden amongst the pines, my hands trembled so violently I could barely insert the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, a comforting rumble of normalcy in a world that had become utterly surreal. I drove away, speeding down the dirt track, not caring if the old vehicle rattled itself to pieces. I just needed to put as much distance as possible between myself and that unholy vault. The long drive back to St. Jude S was punctuated by the replay of the vault's contents in my mind. Lily's bones, the 2 lockets, the soil. It was all a meticulously crafted narrative of pain and loss, a testament to Finch's unwavering, terrifying commitment to his revenge. Hemlock hadn't just been an executor, he had been a co-conspirator in a scheme that reached beyond the grave. I arrived back at the hospital well after dark, the building's lights twinkling against the night sky, a stark contrast to the darkness I had just emerged from. It looked the same, but to me it was irrevocably changed. It was no longer a place of hope, it was a stage for a macabre drama, its foundations steeped in a generational curse. I found Dr. Albright in her office, poring over budget reports, her face etched with exhaustion. She looked up, her expression a mix of relief and frustration at my sudden reappearance. "Alex, where have you been? I was starting to worry. Everything is going to hell in a handbasket around here. The new ventilator system just went offline and we have a critical patient in need of it. Mr. Henderson is tearing his hair out and you've been unreachable." Her words, full of the hospital's mounting crises, hit me like a physical blow. The stolen land, the desecrated grave, Finch's chilling legacy. It all felt so much more significant, so much more sinister than malfunctioning equipment. Dr. Albright, I said, my voice hoarse, cutting her off. I found the vault. Her eyes widened, her weariness momentarily replaced by a jolt of alarm. She pushed aside the budget reports, her gaze fixed on my pale, dust-stained face. The vault, you went, alone, what did you find? I sat down heavily in the chair opposite her desk, the words catching in my throat. I couldn't just blurt it out. I needed her to understand the gravity of what I had seen, the true, horrifying depth of Finch's vengeful scheme. Slowly, carefully, I recounted my journey, describing the remote location, the ancient mine, the perfectly disguised stone vault, and the heavy, rusted box within. I described the inscription on the lid, the true cost, what was taken, now returned, a reflection. And then I told her about the contents. As I spoke of the dark, loamy soil and finally the small, fragile human bones, Dr. Albright's face drained of all color. Her hands, which had been resting on her desk, slowly clenched into fists. When I described the locket and the faded photographs, one of Martha, one of Lily, her eyes welled up with unshed tears. Lily, she whispered, her voice barely audible, Finch's daughter. Yes, I confirmed, my own voice tight with emotion. I believe the land St. Jude's took, Eden's Meadow, was their family's private burial ground, or at least where Lily was buried. He wasn't just talking about his farm, his livelihood. He was talking about the desecration of his child's grave, the violation of his family's sacred resting place. A profound, horrified silence filled the room, broken only by the distant, rhythmic thrum of the boiler room, now taking on an even more sinister resonance. Dr. Albright looked utterly devastated. The financial burden, the technical glitches, the psychological torment, all of it paled in comparison to the revelation of this ancient, unspeakable wrong. My God, she breathed, her voice filled with despair. We built this hospital on graves. It's worse than that, I corrected, the words bitter in my mouth. The $8 million isn't a payment, it's a blood price. It's the cost of a profound sin, a violation that Hemlock helped him avenge. This isn't just a curse for the living, it's a curse rooted in the desecration of the dead. Dr. Albright stood up, her movements slow and deliberate, and walked to the window, staring out into the dark night. Her shoulders were slumped, the weight of the revelation crushing her. So the torment, the malfunctions, the missing items, the whispers of a hex, it's not just psychological warfare, it's the land itself. The hospital is haunted, haunted by Finch, by Lily, by the profound wrong we inherited. The roots remember, I murmured, echoing the chilling phrase from the drawing. He wasn't talking about the hospital's roots in the community, he was talking about his family's roots in that soil. The roots reach. They're reaching for us, Dr. Albright, they're tearing us apart from the inside. She turned back from the window, her face pale but hardened with a new, grim resolve. This changes everything. We cannot continue like this. We cannot simply accept this fate. Finch may have set his game in motion, but we are not helpless pawns. We have to find a way to break this curse, to appease his spirit, to right this ancient wrong. But how? I asked, throwing my hands up in frustration. The land is gone, it's built over, we can't give it back, and the money, we've already spent a significant portion of it. We have to try, she insisted, her voice gaining a desperate urgency. We have to understand what Finch truly wants beyond just vengeance. He kept the locket in the crate at St. Jude's, the identical one, as a sign. He wanted us to find this vault to understand the truth. Perhaps there's still a way to achieve some form of peace, some form of redemption. We spent the rest of the night huddled in her office, the awful truth hanging between us like a shroud. The constant hum of the boiler room was no longer just the sound of machinery. It was the restless thrum of vengeful spirits, the heartbeat of a building founded on a lie. The following days were a blur of intense, clandestine discussions between Dr. Albright and me. We couldn't tell anyone the full extent of the horror, not even Mr. Henderson. The staff were already on edge, the torment continuing its relentless escalation. The equipment malfunctions grew more severe and more frequent. The new MRI machine, the pride of the hospital, started producing baffling error codes, stalling during critical scans. Power surges, seemingly localized to the hospital, caused temporary blackouts in operating rooms, forcing frantic switches to backup generators. There was even an incident where the sprinkler system in the sterile supply room inexplicably activated, ruining thousands of dollars worth of medical supplies. The emotional toll on the staff was immense. Fatigue, frustration, and a pervasive sense of dread settled over St. Jude's. The whispers of a curse grew louder, more insistent. Some long-serving nurses started calling in sick, others talked openly about transferring to other hospitals. The optimistic buzz that had followed the $8 million donation was replaced by a heavy, oppressive silence, punctuated by the weary sighs of overstretched staff. I heard snippets of conversations from patients, too. They complained of strange drafts in their rooms, of doors creaking open and shut when no one was there, of fleeting shadows in their peripheral vision. One elderly patient, known for her sharp mind, insisted she heard a child weeping in the walls at night. Dr. Albright and I exchanged grim glances, knowing the true, terrible source of these phenomena. Dr. Albright, still holding on to a desperate hope, focused on finding a way to appease Finch. We reread his letter and journal countless times, searching for any hint of a condition, a possible path to atonement beyond simply understanding his pain. But Finch's words were unequivocal: a legacy of pain, initiation of a torment. There was no mention of an exit clause, no condition for peace. He wanted us to understand, Dr. Albright repeated, her voice strained. He wanted us to know the true cost. Perhaps the act of acknowledging it, truly acknowledging it, is the first step. Acknowledging what? I pressed, frustrated. That we built on his daughter's grave. What then? Do we exhume the foundations of the hospital? Do we move the hospital? The absurdity of it was overwhelming. No, Alex, she said, her voice firm. But perhaps we can honor them. Lily, Martha, Bartholomew Finch. We need to give them back their dignity, their resting place in some way, even if it's symbolic. We decided that the first step was to discreetly research the exact location of Eden's Meadow. Using the old property deeds, Finch's journal descriptions, and historical maps, we tried to pinpoint where Lily's grave might have been, or where the family had intended their burial ground to be. The land had been heavily altered for the hospital's construction, but old surveys often revealed original topography and features. I spent hours in the dusty archives again, cross-referencing maps, poring over original blueprints of the hospital, searching for any mention of pre-existing structures or natural features. I found an obscure detail in an early geological survey from the year Sin. Jude S. acquired the land, a notation of a small rise, almost imperceptible in the southwest corner of the acquired parcel, marked simply as Finch Family Mound. It was a tiny, unassuming detail easily overlooked, but its presence on a geological map suggested it was not a natural formation, but possibly a man-made one, a burial mound. And that mound, according to the original blueprints, was exactly where the old boiler room now stood. The boiler room with its constant, restless hum. The boiler room where we found the crate, the first physical manifestation of Finch's curse. My apartment was directly above it. My blood ran cold. The very heart of Finch's torment, the physical manifestation of the curse, was directly on top of his daughter's presumed grave. The boiler's hum was not just mechanical, it was the ceaseless lament of the disturbed earth, the restless pulse of a desecrated spirit. I shared this chilling discovery with Dr. Albright. Her face, already pale, turned a ghostly white. The boiler room, she whispered, staring into space. All this time he was underneath us, Lily was underneath us. This new knowledge solidified our understanding of the torment. It wasn't just random, malevolent acts. It was a targeted, deeply personal assault aimed at the very core of St. Jude S., using the hospital's own infrastructure as a weapon. The next day, as the hospital grappled with yet another wave of technical failures, this time the heating system went completely haywire, leaving some wards sweltering and others freezing. Dr. Albright made a decision. We need to make amends, Alex, she said, her voice firm despite the tremor in her hands. We need to acknowledge what we've done, what the hospital did 30 years ago. We can't give back the land, but we can give back their names, their story. We can create a memorial, a place of peace here within the hospital as an apology, a symbol of our understanding. A memorial, I questioned, here where? The boiler room, she stated, her gaze unwavering. We shut it down, we move the boiler system. It's old, inefficient anyway. We convert that space into a quiet reflection room, a garden of remembrance. We dedicate it to Bartholomew Finch, to Martha, and to Lily. We acknowledge their loss. We try to bring peace to this tormented ground. The idea was audacious, almost reckless. Shutting down the main boiler system would be a logistical nightmare, incredibly expensive, and would cause immense disruption. But the alternative, continuing to operate under a vengeful curse, felt far more catastrophic. It will take a fortune, I said, thinking of the funds that were supposed to be for a new wing, for life-saving equipment. We'll find it, she declared, her eyes burning with a desperate determination. We have to. If this is the only way to lift the curse to save this hospital, then it's a cost we must pay. This is the true meaning of the $8 million, not a gift, but a means to right a horrific wrong. It is our penance. The challenge of this new mission was monumental. We had to do it in secret, or at least, without revealing the full, horrifying truth to the staff or the board. Dr. Albright began the delicate dance of justifying the massive expense and disruption of relocating the boiler system, citing unforeseen structural issues and urgent upgrades. She spoke of modernizing the hospital's infrastructure, a necessary evil, a long overdue renovation. Mr. Henderson, though grumbling about the complexity of the task, threw himself into the project. He was a practical man, and the current state of the hospital was wearing on him. He brought in engineers and architects, drawing up plans for a new, more efficient boiler system to be installed in a different part of the basement. The old boiler room was to be gutted, its ancient machinery decommissioned. As the plans for the boiler room renovation moved forward, the manifestations of the torment began to subtly shift. The equipment malfunctions didn't stop, but they became less maliciously targeted. They felt more like the death throes of a fading malevolence, a last gasp of defiance. The strange noises in the walls quieted. The whispers among the staff began to revolve around the upcoming renovations, the promise of a modernized hospital rather than the creeping dread of a curse. But the most chilling event occurred just as the old boiler was being prepared for decommissioning. I was in my apartment late one night, surrounded by blueprints of the new boiler system, trying to reconcile the massive costs. The incessant hum from below, now almost comforting in its familiarity, suddenly changed. It became erratic, sputtering, then died altogether. The silence that followed was profound, absolute, and unsettling. I got up, a strange sense of unease prickling my skin. The silence felt wrong. It wasn't the natural quiet of a dormant machine. It was a heavy, expectant silence like the air before a storm. I walked to my window, peering down at the hospital courtyard. The lights were on, but there was an eerie stillness to the building. Then from the direction of the boiler room, I heard it again, the faint, tinny melody of an old music box. It was louder this time, clearer, the mournful tune twisting through the silent air. It played for a few bars, then stopped. My heart pounded. I knew the boiler was supposed to be fully shut down, disconnected from the power grid. There was no way it could be making sounds, and the music box I had to investigate. I crept down to the basement, my flashlight cutting a beam through the gloom. The heavy metal door to the boiler room stood ajar, just as I had found it the first time. My hand trembled as I pushed it open. The room was dark, silent, except for the dripping water and the faint, cold metallic scent. The massive, ancient boiler stood silent, a hulking shadow in the gloom. The pipes snaked above, dormant. My flashlight beam swept across the room. Nothing seemed out of place. No one was there. But then I saw it. Tucked into a narrow crevice between two immense, cold pipes almost perfectly hidden from casual view was a small, ornate wooden box. It was old, intricately carved, and looked exactly like a music box. It was closed, silent now, but undeniably the source of the melody. I reached for it, my fingers brushing against the cold, smooth wood. It was heavier than it looked. As I pulled it out, a faint, almost imperceptible inscription on the lid caught my eye. It was in the same spidery handwriting as Finch's journal. Lily's lullaby, a gift to remember. My breath caught in my throat. Lily, Finch's daughter. This wasn't just a random music box. This was hers. It was a final, poignant message left not in anger, but perhaps in sorrow, in memory. And it was left here in the place that was once her resting ground. But how did it get there? Who placed it there? The room was supposed to be secured. Henderson swore he'd locked it, and the boiler had been shut down. As I held the music box, a strange sensation washed over me. It wasn't dread, not entirely. It was a profound sadness, a sense of empathy for the lost child, for the broken father. This object, imbued with the memory of a cherished life, felt different from the other manifestations of the curse. It felt like a farewell, a lament, rather than a threat. But it also solidified another terrifying possibility. If the boiler room was locked, if the boiler was decommissioned, then someone else must have placed it there. Someone who had access, someone who knew, someone alive, someone who was still playing Finch's game. The silence in the boiler room pressed in. I clutched the music box, its delicate weight a stark contrast to the heavy knowledge it imparted. Finch's revenge was not just a posthumous scheme. There was an active participant, a living person carrying out his will, or perhaps their own twisted interpretation of it. I needed to tell Dr. Albright, but I also knew this changed everything. This wasn't just about appeasing a ghost. It was about confronting a living adversary. Hemlock was dead, but who else could have been involved? Who else knew about Finch's pact, about the vault, about the music box? I carefully placed the music box into my bag, its presence a cold, tangible weight against my side. The next step in Finch's game wasn't a spiritual one. It was a very real, very dangerous human one. And I knew with a chilling certainty that the person responsible for placing Lily's music box in the decommissioned boiler room was watching. They had been watching all along, and they knew we were on their trail. The true horror, I realized, was not just in the past, but in the present, moving silently among us. The small, carved music box felt impossibly cold in my hand, its weight a stark contrast to the hollow ache in my chest. Lily's lullaby, a gift to remember. It wasn't just a relic, it was a taunt, a chilling declaration that Finch's game extended beyond the grave, beyond Hemlock's twisted orchestrations, into the living present. Someone was here, someone was watching, someone was continuing the torment. I didn't wait. My feet, heavy with a new kind of dread, carried me back through the silent basement, up the stairs, and straight to Dr. Albright's office. It was late, but I knew she'd still be there, buried under the mounting chaos of the hospital's manufactured malfunctions and the weight of our shared secret. She looked up, her face a pale mask of fatigue, as I burst through her door, the music box clutched in my hand. Her eyes widened, instantly sensing the fresh wave of terror emanating from me. "Alex, what is it? What's happened now?" she asked, her voice strained. I didn't speak, couldn't at first. I simply placed the music box on her desk, its intricate carvings suddenly seeming sinister in the glow of her desk lamp. "I found this," I managed, my voice raspy, "in the boiler room between two pipes after the boiler was shut down." Dr. Albright leaned forward, her brow furrowed in confusion, then alarm as she recognized the craftsmanship, the antique quality. She reached out, her fingers tracing the faded inscription, Lily's Lullaby, a gift to remember. Her eyes, when they met mine, were filled with a dawning horror. But how? Mr. Henderson sealed the room, and the boiler is fully decommissioned. There's no power, nothing that could have brought it there or played it. Exactly, I said, the word heavy with implication. Someone put it there, someone alive, someone who knew the boiler was being shut down, someone who knows about Lily, someone who knows about Finch's game. The realization hung in the air, a poisonous vapor. Dr. Albright sank back in her chair, her face utterly drained. The focus of our dread, which had been nebulous and spiritual, suddenly sharpened into a terrifyingly human form. A living accomplice, she whispered, her gaze fixed on the music box. This changes everything. Hemlock is dead. Who else could have known about this macabre pact? Finch mentioned long, clandestine meetings with Hemlock in his journal, I recounted, pacing the small office. But he never mentioned anyone else. Hemlock was a man of many secrets, many associates, but this feels personal. This isn't just about money or land anymore. It's about Finch's family, about Lily. Someone is continuing the torment actively, Dr. Albright concluded, her voice regaining a steeliness I hadn't heard in days. This isn't just a ghost now. This is a person, a very dangerous person. We spent the rest of the night theorizing, dissecting every known fact, every fragment of Finch's journal, every detail of Hemlock's life. Who would be privy to such an intimate, long-term revenge plot? Hemlock, the ruthless businessman, had surely had trusted confidants, perhaps even a protege. But to carry out Finch's deeply personal vendetta for 30 years, that required a specific kind of devotion or perhaps a shared grievance. Could it be a former employee of Hemlock's, I mused, someone who inherited his morbid duties, or someone Finch himself trusted beyond Hemlock? Finch was a simple farmer, Alex, Dr. Albright countered. His world was his land, his family. His journal paints him as isolated, consumed by his loss. Hemlock was his connection to the outside, to the legal world. But Hemlock, he had a vast network, clients, employees, perhaps even a hidden family. Someone who stood to gain from fulfilling his master's dying wish, or perhaps someone who simply shared his dark fascination. The problem was Hemlock's past was as shadowy as his reputation. His will was public, but it was complex, dividing his vast estate among distant relatives, charities, and shell corporations. There was no clear heir, no obvious figure who would take up such a dark mantle. His murder just before the 30-year mark now seemed less like a coincidence and more like a carefully orchestrated event, either to ensure his silence or to clear the way for another player. The next morning, the hospital hummed with a different kind of tension. The boiler, now truly silent, had plunged a section of the basement into a cold, damp quiet. The decommissioning process was well underway, and Mr. Henderson was overseeing the removal of the massive old pipes with a mixture of exasperation and grim satisfaction. The general consensus among the staff was that the technical glitches and strange occurrences had lessened since the boiler's shutdown. Some breathed sighs of relief, attributing it to the removal of bad juju from the old machinery. We knew better. The living hand was still at play, merely changing its method. Dr. Albright, fueled by a new surge of determination, tasked me with a new investigative path, Hemlock's private life. Forget his public persona, his business dealings, she instructed. Find out about his personal connections, his inner circle, who knew him well enough to be trusted with something this profound, this enduring. I started with the public records, scouring old newspaper articles beyond the land dispute, looking for any mention of Hemlock's personal life, his family, his close associates. It was a tedious, disheartening task. Hemlock had been notoriously private, almost reclusive outside of his aggressive business dealings. He had no known spouse, no children mentioned in any records. His past was a carefully guarded secret. Then I shifted to his legal firm, Hemlock & Associates. It was still in operation, albeit under a new name and ownership after his death. I reasoned that if anyone knew Hemlock's secrets, it would be his most trusted legal partners or administrative staff. I found a list of senior partners who had worked with him for decades. Most were now retired, some deceased. One name, however, stood out, Arthur Finch. No relation to Bartholomew Finch, but the surname was a jarring coincidence. Arthur Finch had been Hemlock's most senior and loyal associate, working with him for over 40 years, a quiet, meticulous man known for his unwavering loyalty. He had quietly retired a few months after Hemlock's murder. My heart quickened. Arthur Finch. The name echoed ominously in my mind. Could it be a man who shared a name with the victim of the original land dispute and a longtime associate of the man who orchestrated the revenge? The coincidence was too powerful to ignore. I presented my findings to Dr. Albright. She stared at the name, her lips pursed in thought. Arthur Finch, I remember him. He handled some of Hemlock's more sensitive estate matters, a ghost of a man always in the background, but deeply knowledgeable about Hemlock's affairs, I'm sure. And he retired right after Hemlock's death, I added. Suspicious timing, wouldn't you say, especially given Hemlock's rather abrupt murder? Indeed, she agreed, her gaze hardening. He would have had access to Hemlock's private files, his personal effects. If anyone knew about the vault, about Finch's pact, it would be him. The challenge, however, was that Arthur Finch had seemingly vanished into obscurity after his retirement. His last known address was an old apartment building in a quiet, unassuming part of a neighboring town, but neighbors hadn't seen him in months. His phone number was disconnected. It was as if he had deliberately made himself untraceable. While I delved into the mystery of Arthur Finch, Dr. Albright focused on the boiler room. The project to convert it into a memorial garden was moving forward rapidly. The old boiler and pipes were being dismantled, creating a vast empty space. Mr. Henderson, unaware of the true purpose, enthusiastically supervised the installation of new flooring, fresh plaster, and even discussed lighting options for the modernized utility space. "It's a good thing, this renovation," he grumbled to me one afternoon, wiping sweat from his brow. "This place was a real health hazard. You wouldn't believe the things we're finding in these old pipes. Rust, grime, even some old animal bones. Looks like a rat or something. Good riddance." My blood ran cold at his casual mention of animal bones. Had the bones from Lily's grave been scattered, mixed with the construction debris, the thought made my stomach churn. It underscored the profound disrespect Finch had felt and the depth of the wrong we were trying to atone for. Despite the progress, the presence of the living adversary still loomed. We felt watched. Every flicker of a light, every unexpected sound sent shivers down our spines. The torment wasn't as overtly destructive as before, but it manifested in subtle, unsettling ways. Emails from unknown senders filled with obscure quotes about injustice and forgotten debts appeared in Dr. Albright's inbox. Supplies would still disappear, but now they would reappear in the oddest places, bundled with old newspaper clippings detailing the original Finchland dispute. It was a constant, unsettling reminder that someone was playing a very deliberate, very personal game. One evening, I received an anonymous text message. It simply contained a photograph, a blurred image of the boiler room taken from inside. The room was empty, stripped of its machinery, ready for renovation. But in the foreground, tucked behind a newly installed sheet of drywall, was a single, small, faded photograph. It was a picture of Lily, the same one from the locket. The message was clear. They were inside. They had access. They were watching the transformation of Lily's resting place, and they were reminding us that even as we tried to atone, they were still in control, still observing. I showed the text to Dr. Albright, her face, already drawn, tightened into a mask of pure fury. "They are taunting us, they're mocking our efforts. We need to find Arthur Finch, Alex. He's our only lead." My search for Arthur Finch became an obsession. I knew he wouldn't be easy to find. His deliberate disappearance suggested a deep level of paranoia, or perhaps a desire to avoid being implicated in Hemlock's death or Finch's revenge. I started by checking public databases for any new addresses, any property purchases, any legal filings under his name. Nothing. He was a ghost. Then I thought about Hemlock. He was rich, powerful, and secretive. He wouldn't just leave his affairs to chance. There must be some hidden records, some private vault beyond the one Finch designed where Hemlock kept his most sensitive information, something Arthur Finch would have known about. I went back to the archives, not for Finch this time, but for Hemlock. I wasn't looking for property deeds or legal cases. I was looking for anything unusual, any anomaly in his vast financial empire. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack, but the stakes were too high to give up. Days blurred into nights. My apartment, situated above the now silent boiler room, felt oppressively quiet. The absence of the hum was almost worse than its presence. It felt like a held breath, a moment of suspense before the next horrifying revelation. Finally, late one evening, hunched over a brittle map of Hemlock's oldest and most remote property holdings, I found something. A small, almost invisible annotation in the margin of a 20-year-old tax document. It was a series of coordinates handwritten along with a single cryptic word, Nexus. The coordinates pointed to a completely different location than Old Iron Mine Number 3. This was deep in the woods on a secluded ridge that Hemlock had owned for decades, a vast, undeveloped tract of land listed simply as forested acreage. No buildings, no mines, just trees, a nexus, a central point. Could Hemlock have had a second, even more private vault, a place where he kept his own secrets, distinct from Finch's revenge plot? And if so, why would these coordinates be hidden in a tax document? It felt like a breadcrumb, deliberately left by someone who knew where to look. I immediately cross-referenced the coordinates with modern satellite maps. The location was incredibly remote, high up a winding mountain road ending at a long, almost invisible dirt track. The satellite images showed nothing but dense forest. No roads, no clearings, nothing to indicate any kind of structure, but the coordinates were precise. I decided I had to go. This felt different from the Finch vault. This was Hemlock's territory, and if Arthur Finch was involved, this might be where he kept his own secrets or Hemlock's final instructions. I packed my bag again, the brass key to Finch's vault still tucked away, but knowing this mission would require a different kind of key. I informed Dr. Albright of my discovery, showing her the coordinates and the cryptic word Nexus. She looked at me, her face a mixture of fear and reluctant agreement. Be careful, Alex, this isn't Finch's game anymore. This is Hemlock's, and he was far more dangerous. The drive was even longer and more arduous than the trip to the iron mine. The road was barely passable, overgrown and riddled with deep potholes. My car struggled, scraping its undercarriage more than once. The forest canopy was so thick that the midday sun barely penetrated, casting the track into perpetual twilight. The silence here was different, too, not the heavy, expectant silence of the mine, but a watchful, ancient silence, as if the trees themselves were guarding a secret. I parked the car in a small, almost hidden alcove off the main track, covering it with branches. The remainder of the journey had to be on foot, relying on my compass and the GPS on my phone, which struggled to maintain a signal in the dense woods. The hike was brutal, steep inclines, treacherous footing, and thick underbrush that constantly snagged at my clothes. I pushed through, my mind racing, trying to anticipate what I might find. Another vault, a cabin, a meeting point. After nearly 2 hours of relentless trekking, I reached the coordinates. It was an unassuming clearing, almost perfectly circular, surrounded by towering ancient trees. The ground was covered in a thick layer of moss and fallen leaves, and the air was strangely still, devoid of even the faintest breeze. There was no sign of a structure, no disturbed earth, nothing to indicate human presence. I walked the perimeter of the clearing, slowly, carefully, searching for anything out of place. My eyes scanned the ground, the tree trunks, even the moss-covered boulders. Nothing. Had the coordinates been a red herring, a joke, or a deliberate dead end? Frustration began to mount. I checked my phone again, confirming the coordinates. I was in the right place, there had to be something. Then I noticed it, not on the ground, but in the center of the clearing, directly above me. One of the massive, ancient oak trees, easily 100 feet tall, seemed to have a faint, almost invisible scar running down its trunk. It wasn't a natural fissure, it was too straight, too deliberate. My eyes followed the line down to the base of the tree, where it disappeared into the thick moss. I knelt, scraping away the verdant carpet. Beneath it, I found a thin seam, almost perfectly blending with the bark, leading to a small, nearly imperceptible circular button no larger than my thumbnail. It was made of dull, oxidized metal, almost indistinguishable from the surrounding wood. A hidden entrance, Hemlock's private mechanism. I pressed the button, there was a faint click, so soft I almost missed it. Then, with a low hydraulic hiss, a section of the massive tree trunk, almost perfectly camouflaged, slowly began to slide inwards, revealing a narrow, dark opening. My breath caught in my throat. This was it, Hemlock's nexus. The opening was just wide enough for me to squeeze through. I activated my flashlight and peered inside. It was a narrow, meticulously crafted tunnel, reinforced with steel beams and lined with smooth, polished wood. This was no rough-hewn mine shaft. This was a modern, sophisticated vault, built with a precision and secrecy that spoke of immense wealth and paranoia. The air inside was cool and dry, remarkably fresh. There was no metallic scent here, no smell of decay, only the faint, almost sterile scent of treated wood and faint electronics. I moved forward, the tunnel descending at a gentle slope. The walls were adorned with discrete recessed lights that illuminated the path as I approached, then faded behind me. This was designed for one person, for a specific purpose. The tunnel ended in a single circular chamber, significantly smaller than the one in the iron mine. It was impeccably clean, stark, and utterly devoid of clutter. The walls were lined with what looked like reinforced concrete, painted a neutral gray. In the center of the room, on a simple stainless steel pedestal, sat a single, sleek, black briefcase. No bones, no soil, no ancient relics. Just a briefcase, utterly modern, almost clinical in its presentation. I approached it cautiously, my flashlight beam fixed on its surface. There was a small, illuminated screen on the lid displaying a single glowing red digit. 30, it was a timer, and it was counting down 30 years, the exact duration of Finch's pact. And then I noticed a small, barely visible inscription etched into the metal just beneath the screen. Final instructions, property of Arthur Finch. My heart hammered. Arthur Finch. I had found him, or at least his legacy here. This was Hemlock's true nexus, a place where his most trusted associate would receive his final orders. I reached for the briefcase, my fingers brushing against the cold, smooth metal. There was no lock, no latch. It seemed to open simply by lifting the lid. I hesitated, a profound sense of trepidation washing over me. What lay inside? Hemlock's ultimate plan, instructions for the next stage of the torment, or answers that could finally break the curse. Taking a deep breath, I lifted the lid of the briefcase. Inside, nestled in a velvet lining, were 2 items. The first was a thick, leather-bound ledger. Not ancient like Finch's journal, but meticulously kept, its pages filled with precise, almost obsessive handwriting. It looked like a detailed account book. The second item was a small, encrypted data chip, similar to a modern USB drive. It was sleek, black, and utterly anonymous, but I knew instinctively that it contained information far more dangerous than anything in the ledger. I picked up the ledger first. Its cover was blank, save for a small, embossed symbol, a stylized, thorny rose. I opened it. The entries were not financial accounts. They were dates, names, and highly detailed records of every torment inflicted upon St. Judas over the past months. The missing supplies, the equipment malfunctions, the power surges, the anonymous emails, the taunting texts. Each incident was meticulously logged, along with a brief description and, chillingly, the precise method used to carry it out. Every single one had been manufactured, engineered, and executed with cold precision. The earliest entry corresponded with the day the $8 million was transferred. The latest entry was for the music box in the boiler room. Placed music box, Lily's lullaby in decommissioned boiler room. Target, Alex, observation, success. Psychological impact, high. A cold, sickening dread washed over me. This wasn't just a record of the torment, it was a blueprint, a diary of a living saboteur. And beneath each entry in a different lighter script were comments and observations evaluating the impact of each action. The level of detail, the clinical detachment was horrifying. And then I saw the signature at the bottom of the final entry, A. Finch. Arthur Finch, it was him. The meticulous ghost, Hemlock's loyal associate, was the active agent in Finch's game. He had taken over where Hemlock left off, not just as an executor, but as an active, insidious tormentor. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. It was all real, all engineered, all happening at the hands of a living, breathing person who had been moving silently among us, or at least around us, ever since the funds arrived. But why? What was his motivation? Was he simply carrying out Hemlock's final instructions? Or was there something more personal, something that fueled his obsession with Finch's revenge? I flipped through the ledger, desperate for answers. It contained detailed schematics for the sabotage, notes on staff reactions, even a schedule for future incidents, increasingly elaborate and dangerous. This was a long-term plan designed not just to torment, but to ultimately bring St. Jude's to its knees, financially and morally. Then, tucked into the very last page, I found a small, folded note. It was also in Arthur Finch's precise, spidery hand. "My dearest Bartholomew," it began. My blood ran cold. Bartholomew Finch. Arthur Finch was writing to Bartholomew Finch. This wasn't just an associate. 30 years has passed and I have honored our promise. Hemlock played his part despite his unexpected demise. His nexus provided the means, my loyalty the will, your legacy, Bartholomew, lives on through me. They desecrated your sacred earth, they defiled Lily's resting place, they will pay. Every last penny they spend, every moment of despair they feel is for you, for Martha, for our Lily. Our Lily. The words struck me like a lightning bolt, our Lily. Arthur Finch wasn't just an associate. He was Bartholomew Finch's brother or cousin, another member of the Finch family, just as deeply rooted, just as deeply scarred by the loss. He had been working with Hemlock all along, perhaps even before Hemlock approached Bartholomew. He was a silent partner in the revenge, a shadow moving behind the scenes, fueled by an even more personal grief. Hemlock's murder now made chilling sense. If Arthur Finch was the true executor, perhaps Hemlock had become a liability, or perhaps Arthur had simply needed to take the reins completely. My eyes fell on the encrypted data chip. If the ledger contained the blueprint of the torment, what did the chip hold? Hemlock's ultimate secrets, Arthur Finch's deeper motivations. I knew I couldn't open it here. I needed to get back to St. Jude's, to Dr. Albright, to a secure network. This information, this tangible proof of a living adversary, changed everything. I carefully closed the ledger, its weight now feeling immense. I placed the chip carefully inside, closed the briefcase, and turned to leave. The automated lights faded behind me as I moved back through the tunnel, the silence of the clearing awaiting me. I emerged from the tree, sealing the hidden entrance behind me, my mind reeling. The forest no longer felt ancient and watchful, it felt alive, a witness to a generations-long vendetta. Arthur Finch, a ghost within Hemlock's empire, a brother driven by an ancient pain, actively orchestrating the ruin of St. Jude's. I had found the living hand behind the torment, but identifying him was only the beginning. He was still out there, still watching, still planning. The game had just escalated from a spectral haunting to a very real, very dangerous confrontation. As I made my way back to my car, the dense woods seemed to press in on me. I realized with a chilling certainty that Arthur Finch, the man who knew every detail of our reactions, every move we made, was aware that I had found his nexus. He had planned for this. He had planned for me to find this, for me to understand. He wanted us to know who was behind it all. And the next move I knew was his. I gripped the briefcase, its cold metal a tangible link to the living enemy. The quiet terror of the hospital was about to give way to something far more visceral, far more deadly and I emerged from the hidden entrance in the ancient oak, carefully pressing the button that resealed the opening with a soft hiss. The tree's camouflage was perfect, erasing any trace of the sophisticated vault within. My mind reeled, a maelstrom of fear, anger, and a chilling realization. Arthur Finch, Bartholomew's brother. The torment wasn't a curse, it was a carefully orchestrated campaign of sabotage, executed by a living, breathing, vengeful man. He knew I had found his nexus. He wanted me to know. The implication was clear, the game was far from over and he was raising the stakes. The hike back to my car was a blur. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the leaves now felt like Arthur Finch watching me, his spectral presence replaced by a tangible, immediate threat. The briefcase, clutched tightly in my hand, was heavy with the weight of his meticulously documented malice. I drove back to St. Jude's, pushing the old car harder than I ever had, the urgency a cold knot in my stomach. The long, winding road seemed to stretch endlessly, each mile adding to my anxiety. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights trailing me, a shadowy figure emerging from the darkness. By the time I pulled into the deserted hospital parking lot, the night was far advanced, the sky a deep, starless canvas. The hospital lights, usually a beacon of reassurance, now seemed stark and revealing, illuminating a stage for a dangerous, unseen drama. I found Dr. Albright in her office, as expected, her head resting on her desk, surrounded by a mess of budget reports and incident logs. She stirred as I entered, her eyes slowly opening, then snapping wide awake as she saw my face, pale and etched with exhaustion and dread. The briefcase in my hand spoke volumes. "Alex, you're back," she murmured, her voice thick with sleep and worry. "What did you find? You look like you've seen a ghost." "Worse than a ghost, Dr. Albright," I said, my voice hoarse, crossing the room and placing the briefcase on her desk with a heavy thud. The soft click of the latches echoed in the silent room. "Much worse." I opened the briefcase. First, I pulled out the leather-bound ledger. "This," I began, my finger tracing the stylized thorny rose symbol, "is a detailed record of every single incident, every malfunction, every disappearance, every haunting. It's all here, meticulously planned, manufactured." Dr. Albright's eyes scanned the pages I opened, her face paling further with each entry. The descriptions of the equipment failures, the power surges, the sprinkler incident, the anonymous emails, each one now revealed as a deliberate act of sabotage. Her hands trembled as she turned a page, then another, the clinical precision of the entries a horrifying contrast to the chaos they had caused. "It's all been engineered," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Everything, all this time we thought a curse, a haunting, but it was a person." "Yes," I confirmed, then pulled out the folded note from the last page. "And this tells us who." I unfolded it, my voice dropping as I read, "My dearest Bartholomew." Dr. Albright's head snapped up, her eyes fixed on the note. I continued, 30 years has passed and I have honored our promise. Hemlock played his part despite his unexpected demise. His nexus provided the means, my loyalty the will. Your legacy, Bartholomew, lives on through me. They desecrated your sacred earth. They defiled Lily's resting place. They will pay. Every last penny they spend, every moment of despair they feel is for you, for Martha. For our Lily, and it signed A. Finch. A profound silence descended, heavier than the one in the boiler room. Dr. Albright's breath hitched. Her gaze flew from the note to me, then back to the note, a kaleidoscope of emotions playing across her face, shock, disbelief, sorrow, and finally, a cold, unwavering fury. "Our Lily," she repeated, the words a choked gasp. "Arthur Finch, he's Bartholomew's brother, all this time a member of Finch's own family. He was the one Hemlock brought in, the true living executor of Finch's revenge." "Yes," I confirmed, nodding slowly. "He wasn't just an associate, he was a co-conspirator from the start, perhaps the original impetus for Hemlock's involvement, a shared, festering grief. Hemlock's murder, if it was one, might have simply been Arthur consolidating control." We sat there for a long moment, absorbing the monumental shift in our understanding. The spiritual torment had solidified into a human threat. The curse was a criminal enterprise meticulously executed over decades. The hospital wasn't just haunted, it was under siege by a calculated, vengeful individual. "And this?" Dr. Albright asked, pointing a trembling finger at the encrypted data chip still in the briefcase. "What's on this?" "I don't know," I admitted. "I couldn't access it, it's encrypted, but given everything else it could be anything. Hemlock's final instructions to Arthur, Arthur's full plans, or even a failsafe." "We need to access it," she declared, her voice firm, a new resolve hardening her features. "Immediately. If this man has been orchestrating this for 30 years and he knows we're onto him, we cannot afford to wait. This isn't just about the hospital's reputation or finances anymore. This is about the safety of our patients, our staff. My God, Alex, he's been actively sabotaging life-saving equipment. He could kill someone." The thought was chilling. The ventilator that went offline, the MRI errors, the power surges in operating rooms, all deliberate acts that could have led to tragedy. Arthur Finch wasn't just a saboteur, he was a potential murderer. The next few hours were a frantic, clandestine operation. Dr. Albright knew a former colleague, a brilliant but eccentric cybersecurity expert named Dr. Julian Thorne, who now ran a small, highly secure data recovery firm. She called him, appealing to their shared past and emphasizing the extreme urgency and secrecy required. Thorne, intrigued by her veiled description of national security-level data theft impacting a major institution, agreed to meet us at his secure lab within the hour. The drive to Thorne's lab, located in a nondescript industrial park on the outskirts of the city, felt like a scene from a spy thriller. The world outside, oblivious to the high stakes we carried, continued its mundane existence. Inside Thorne's lab, a maze of glowing monitors and humming servers, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. Dr. Thorne was a man in his late 50s, with wild, unkempt gray hair and eyes that darted around with restless intelligence. He listened intently as Dr. Albright, carefully choosing her words, explained that we had recovered a highly encrypted data chip from a sensitive location, believed to contain critical information related to an ongoing, sophisticated sabotage campaign against St. Jude's. She omitted the details about Finch's revenge, the vault, and the family connection, portraying it as an industrial espionage situation gone dangerously wrong. I provided the ledger, explaining that it provided context for the chip's importance. Thorne picked up the chip, examining it with a professional curiosity. Military-grade encryption, he mused, turning it over in his gloved fingers. Not something you typically find in corporate espionage. Whoever built this wanted it locked down tight. He plugged it into a complex array of machines, his fingers flying across keyboards. Lines of code scrolled rapidly across multiple screens. We watched in tense silence, the only sound the gentle hum of the servers and Thorne's soft muttering. Hours passed. The sun began to paint the sky with the first hints of dawn. Just as our hope was beginning to wane, a single, triumphant beep echoed through the lab. "Got it," Thorne exclaimed, his face lighting up. Password cracked, layers of obfuscation bypassed. It was a brute force attack with a custom algorithm, nasty stuff. All right, let's see what goodies we have here. He projected the contents onto a large screen. The chip contained a vast array of files, organized into folders with cryptic names. Thorne began opening them one by one. The first folder, labeled Legacy, contained detailed biographies of Bartholomew Finch, Martha, and Lily, complete with old photographs and personal anecdotes. It was a meticulously curated shrine to the lost family, clearly compiled by Arthur. It reinforced the depth of his personal connection and his profound grief. The second folder, Hemlock Protocol, was far more disturbing. It contained scanned documents, encrypted emails, and audio recordings. These were Hemlock's true instructions to Arthur Finch. They detailed not just the initial planning of the torment, but contingency plans, alternative sabotage methods, and even an escape route for Arthur should he ever be discovered. Hemlock had anticipated everything, including his own demise. He'd even left Arthur a significant offshore account, contingent on the successful completion of the Legacy of Pain. He literally paid Arthur to carry out this revenge, Dr. Albright breathed, utterly aghast. He monetized Finch's grief, and then he monetized its execution. The next folder, labeled Vulnerabilities, was a chillingly comprehensive dossier on St. Jude's Hospital. It contained blueprints, staffing schedules, security protocols, even personal files on key personnel, including Dr. Albright, Mr. Henderson, and even me. It detailed our routines, our habits, our vulnerabilities. It was clear Arthur Finch had either been observing us directly or had gained access to sensitive hospital systems. "He knows everything," I whispered, a cold dread washing over me. "He knows our every move, our every weakness." "It gets worse," Thorne muttered, opening another file. "This folder, Final Phase. It contains a series of time triggers, a schedule for the next wave of attacks." He scrolled down. "Good Lord, it's a complete system shutdown. The entire hospital network, power, water, HVAC, medical records, communications, everything. Scheduled for," he paused, his eyes widening. "Scheduled for tomorrow night, midnight." My blood ran cold. Midnight. The hospital would be plunged into total darkness, silence, and chaos. Critical patients would be put at extreme risk. This wasn't just torment. This was an act of pure, unadulterated terrorism. "And this," Thorne said, his voice grim, opening the final file, "is a remote detonation sequence for the new boiler system, the one you're installing." Dr. Albright gasped, clutching her chest. "The memorial, he's planning to destroy it, to destroy the place where we're trying to make amends." "Not just destroy it," Thorne corrected, pointing to the screen. "It's designed to rupture the main gas line connection during the new boiler system's initial firing. It would cause a massive explosion. The entire basement, potentially a significant portion of the ground floor. It's a kill switch. A final, devastating blow designed to cripple the hospital for good or worse." The implications were catastrophic. Arthur Finch wasn't just trying to make us acknowledge Finch's pain. He was trying to utterly annihilate St. Jude's, to wipe it off the map, presumably to truly return the land to its desolate, unviolated state. And he was using our own efforts at atonement as his weapon. The weight of this revelation crushed us. For 30 years, this plan had been meticulously cultivated, passed down, and now it was poised to culminate in unthinkable destruction. "We have to stop him," Dr. Albright declared, her voice trembling but resolute. "We have to stop him before midnight tomorrow." Thorne, having completed his task, now looked at us with a concerned expression. "This isn't just about stopping a cyber attack anymore. This is a matter for law enforcement. You need to contact the authorities. The police, the FBI. This is domestic terrorism." "No," Dr. Albright said immediately, shaking her head. Not yet. Think about it, Thorne. This has been going on for 30 years. Hemlock was murdered. Arthur Finch is a ghost. He moves without a trace. If we involve the authorities now, he'll vanish. He'll go underground, and the hospital will still be vulnerable. We need to catch him. We need to understand how he's doing this, how he's getting in, what his physical access points are. We need to lay a trap. Her logic was grimly sound. Reporting it now would mean a massive investigation, a public scandal, and almost certainly Arthur Finch's escape. We needed to corner him. Thorne, I said, turning to the cybersecurity expert, can you reverse engineer the triggers? Can you disarm the remote detonation for the boiler, and can you block the system shutdown? Thorne stroked his chin, his eyes narrowed in thought. Blocking the system shutdown is one thing. I can set up a firewall, an anomaly detection system, and redirect any attempts to a dummy server. But the physical detonation, that's another matter. It's tied to a localized microtransmitter, probably hidden somewhere in the boiler room itself or very close by. I can disable the remote trigger from here, but he might still have a manual override or be able to plant a new one. To truly secure it, you'd need to physically find and remove the device. And what about tracking him? Dr. Albright pressed. His location, his next move. His movements have been extremely careful, Thorne explained, typing furiously. He's used multiple burner phones, encrypted networks, disposable VPNs. He's a professional, but this chip, it has one more hidden file, a communication log heavily encrypted. Looks like he kept a journal of his communications with Hemlock and then after Hemlock's death with himself. A monologue almost. He's been talking to Lily. The idea was chilling. A man driven so mad by grief and vengeance that he communicated with a dead child through encrypted logs. Thorne began to decrypt the communications. The entries were disjointed, rambling, but deeply revealing. Arthur spoke of his deep love for Lily, his guilt over her death, implying he felt he should have protected her, though the details were vague, and his unwavering commitment to his brother Bartholomew's legacy. He railed against St. Jude's, calling it a monument to greed and desecration, a cancer on sacred ground. He described his pleasure in watching the hospital crumble piece by piece, savoring the despair of its administrators. One particular entry caught my eye. They are changing Lily's resting place, building a garden. They think they can appease us with pretty flowers. They understand nothing. Only the total annihilation of their edifice will bring true peace. They will learn the meaning of desolation. His rage was absolute, his intent to destroy the hospital undeniable. The memorial garden, our desperate attempt at atonement, was merely a fresh provocation to him. He is going to be there, I said, a sudden certainty chilling me to the bone. At midnight, he's not going to trust the remote detonation. He's going to be there to witness the final blow, to manually ensure the destruction of the new boiler and the desecration of the memorial he despises so much. Dr. Albright's eyes met mine. The boiler room, he'll be in the boiler room. A plan, desperate and dangerous, began to form. We had to use Arthur Finch's own hubris, his need to witness the culmination of his 30-year vendetta against him. We spent the remainder of the dawn hours devising a strategy. Thorne would immediately set up his firewalls and dummy servers, creating a digital fortress around St. Jude's systems. He would also try to pinpoint the location of the physical detonator, scanning for anomalous signals within the boiler room. Our priority was to stop the system shutdown and the explosion. Dr. Albright, meanwhile, would orchestrate a discreet security operation within the hospital. She couldn't involve the general staff, not yet, without causing mass panic. She decided to trust Mr. Henderson, whose loyalty and practical competence were unwavering, and a small, hand-picked team of security guards he supervised. They would be told of a critical security threat and tasked with covert surveillance of the boiler room and surrounding basement areas, preparing for a potential intruder. She would omit the details of Arthur Finch, instead framing it as an industrial sabotage attempt by a disgruntled former employee seeking to retaliate against the renovations. My role would be the most dangerous. I would be the bait. Arthur Finch had singled me out in his ledger, even leaving me the music box. He knew I was investigating. He wanted me to understand. He wanted me to witness his victory. I had to be in the boiler room, waiting, ready to confront him. As the sun rose, casting long shadows across Thorne's lab, we emerged, exhausted but resolute. The game had shifted. It was no longer a puzzle to solve. It was a deadly race against time. Back at St. Jude's, the day was a blur of covert preparations. Dr. Albright moved with a quiet urgency, her face betraying none of the internal turmoil. She met with Mr. Henderson, explaining the sabotage threat and giving him detailed instructions for setting up surveillance cameras and motion sensors around the boiler room. She emphasized the need for absolute secrecy and a readiness to apprehend a dangerous individual. Henderson, though bewildered, was a man of action. He nodded grimly, already mobilizing his small security team. I spent the day poring over the files Thorne had extracted. I studied Arthur's communication logs, trying to understand his mindset, his patterns, his potential weaknesses. He was meticulous, patient, and utterly ruthless. His grief for Lily was immense, but it had calcified into a weaponized obsession. His messages to Lily were heartbreaking in their delusion, promising her that the big house on our sacred ground would soon be gone and your spirit will finally rest. The thought of facing him, a man so consumed by 30 years of hatred, sent shivers down my spine. But the thought of the hospital of innocent lives being destroyed by his twisted revenge fueled my resolve. As evening approached, the hospital settled into its nightly rhythm. Most patients were asleep, visitors gone. The usual evening staff moved through the corridors, unaware of the silent storm brewing beneath their feet. The newly renovated boiler room, now stripped bare of its ancient machinery and prepped for the new system, was quiet, almost serene. It was being transformed from a mechanical heart into a place of reflection, a garden. Midnight, the deadline. At 10 p.m., I received a text from Thorne. Firewalls up, system monitoring active, no external access attempts detected yet. The detonator signal is still active in the boiler room, very faint, localized. It's small, probably disguised, could be anywhere. My heart pounded. The physical detonator, I had to find it. I made my way down to the basement, slipping through a little-used stairwell. The air was thick with tension. Mr. Henderson's security team, comprised of 2 burly, no-nonsense guards, were already in position, hidden in strategic alcoves, their faces grim in the dim light. They gave me terse nods as I passed. Dr. Albright was waiting for me outside the boiler room, her face pale but determined. Henderson's men are in place. Thorne says the digital side is secure for now, but we still need to find that physical detonator. I nodded, taking a deep breath. He's coming for the detonator, or to activate it directly. He's coming for the big show. I'm going in. The boiler room, illuminated by temporary construction lights, was an empty shell. The freshly plastered walls gleamed, the new concrete floor was smooth and clean. The air was still expectant. It felt less like a construction site and more like an altar waiting for a sacrifice. I stepped inside, my flashlight beam sweeping across the room. Every inch was new. Where would he hide such a device? It had to be small, easily concealed. I started my search, my eyes meticulously scanning every corner, every crevice, every piece of temporary equipment. I checked the new electrical conduits, the ventilation ducts that were being prepped for the new system. Nothing. Time ticked by, each second amplified by the silence. 11:30 p.m., 11:40 p.m. Where was it? Could Thorne have been wrong? Could Arthur have removed it, planning a different method? Then my flashlight beam fell on a small, recessed panel near the floor, almost perfectly camouflaged by the new plasterwork. It was meant to house an emergency power cutoff for the new boiler system, but it was unlatched. I peered inside. And there it was, a tiny, sophisticated device no bigger than a matchbox affixed to the main gas line connection. Wires snaked from it, leading to a small antenna. A blinking red light on its surface confirmed it was active. The physical detonator. My fingers trembled as I reached for it, carefully dislodging it from its hidden position. It was a delicate, intricate piece of machinery. I knew I couldn't just yank it out. It might be rigged with a fail-safe, a tripwire that would activate it prematurely. I had to disable it properly. Just as my fingers made contact with the device, the heavy metal door to the boiler room creaked open, slowly, silently. I froze, the detonator clutched in my hand. My heart hammered against my ribs. A figure stepped into the room, Arthur Finch. He was a man of medium height, slender, with thinning gray hair and a neat, almost fussy appearance. His eyes, however, were what struck me. They were cold, devoid of warmth, yet burned with an intense, unsettling fanaticism. He held a small, antique pocket watch in his hand, gazing at it intently. He was dressed in a dark, impeccably tailored suit, looking utterly out of place in the construction zone. He moved with a quiet confidence, as if he owned the room, as if he owned the very air we breathed. He looked up, his gaze fixing on me, then on the detonator in my hand. A faint smile, devoid of humor, touched his lips. "Alex," he said, his voice surprisingly soft, almost gentle. "I knew you would come, and I knew you would find it. You're a quick study. Hemlock spoke highly of your predecessor, but he would have been truly impressed with you." "Arthur Finch," I replied, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. "Bartholomew's brother, the true executor." He inclined his head slightly. Indeed, Bartholomew deserved justice, Lily deserved peace. This place, this monument to avarice, had to be erased. He looked around the room, his eyes lingering on the freshly plastered walls, the prepped foundation for the memorial garden. They thought a garden would suffice. They understand nothing of sacred ground, only desolation will atone. "Desolation that could kill innocent people," I countered, tightening my grip on the detonator. "You're not just avenging your family, Arthur, you're committing an act of terror. You're no better than the men who took the lands 30 years ago." His eyes hardened, losing their faint, detached amusement. They were blind, ignorant to the value of what they destroyed. "I am deliberate. This hospital is a blight, a symbol of their corporate greed. It must be cleansed." He glanced at his pocket watch. Nearly midnight, just in time. He took a step forward, his hands slowly reaching into his inner jacket pocket. I assume you've deactivated the remote trigger thanks to your little cyber friend. Clever, but I always prepare for contingencies. My mind raced. He had another device, a manual override. What do you want, Arthur? I pressed, trying to buy time to distract him. What is it you truly hope to achieve by destroying this place? Do you think Lily will find peace in this? He stopped, his hand still in his pocket, his gaze distant. Lily, she weeps, I hear her, beneath the hum, beneath the ground. She weeps for the lost earth, for the forgotten roots. Only when this place is gone, truly gone, will her tears cease. Then she can finally rest in the silence. His delusion was profound, almost palpable. He truly believed he was doing this for Lily, for peace. Arthur, I said, trying a different tack. The hospital is trying to make amends. We're building a memorial, a garden of remembrance right here to honor Lily, to honor your family. We found the vault, we know the truth, we understand. A harsh, derisive laugh escaped his lips. Understand? You understand nothing. You desecrated her grave once, you will do it again with your garden. This is not about flowers or plaques. This is about restoration, total, absolute restoration, to dust, to nothing. He withdrew his hand from his pocket. In it was another small, sleek device, a twin to the one I held, but this one had a single, prominent red button. This, he said, a grim triumph in his voice, is my failsafe, a manual trigger, and it is about to complete Bartholomew's legacy. He raised his hand, his thumb hovering over the red button. Hold it right there, Finch, a gruff voice boomed from the doorway. Mr. Henderson stepped into the boiler room, flanked by his two security guards. They had their hands on their holstered weapons, their faces set in grim determination. Dr. Albright was behind them, her face pale, her eyes fixed on Arthur Finch. Arthur's eyes, filled with fanaticism a moment before, now widened in surprise, then a flicker of cold anger. He hadn't expected them. His meticulous planning had failed to account for a direct confrontation. You foolish people, he hissed, his voice losing its soft cadence, becoming sharp, venomous. You think you can stop me? 30 years in the making, this is inevitable. He tried to press the button, but he was too slow. Henderson, with surprising agility for a man his size, lunged forward, tackling Arthur Finch with a powerful shoulder charge. The impact sent Arthur sprawling, the detonator flying from his hand, skittering across the floor. One of the security guards immediately moved to restrain Arthur, who was struggling, still muttering about Lily and desolation. The other guard kicked the dropped detonator away, out of reach. I rushed forward, carefully working at the wires of the detonator I held, trying to disable it without triggering it. Thorne's instructions echoed in my mind. Is it done, Alex? Dr. Albright called out, her voice filled with desperate hope. I pulled a small, crucial component free from the detonator. It's disarmed, both of them. He can't trigger an explosion now. A collective sigh of relief filled the room. Henderson's guards had Arthur Finch pinned, struggling, still spewing venomous words about desecration and vengeance. You haven't won, Arthur screamed, his voice raw with fury. This place is still cursed, it will never know peace, Lily's tears will never cease. Dr. Albright approached him, her face reflecting a deep sadness. Arthur, please, this isn't bringing anyone peace. It's only causing more pain. We want to honor Lily truly. We understand her suffering. We understand yours. Arthur Finch laughed, a hollow, bitter sound. You understand nothing. You simply want to save your precious hospital. This land demands more. It demands blood. It demands silence. Just then, the main hospital lights flickered, plunged into darkness for a split second, then came back on. And then they flickered again, a rapid, erratic pulse. Thorne's warning echoed in my head. The system shut down. Arthur might be physically subdued, but his digital attack was still in motion. Thorne, Dr. Albright yelled into her phone, which she'd had on speaker. What's happening? He's activated a failsafe, Thorne's voice crackled through the phone. A dead man's switch, he must have triggered it remotely if he didn't check in. The system shutdown is initiating. My firewalls are holding, but it's a massive assault. I'm diverting to dummy servers, but there will be disruptions. As if on cue, a piercing alarm began to blare throughout the hospital, a deafening, oscillating wail that signaled a major system failure. Then the sprinkler system above us activated, drenching the newly plastered boiler room in a cold, unexpected downpour. He's doing it manually, Arthur Finch snarled, a twisted smile on his face despite being pinned to the floor. The dead man's switch, every last system, my gift to Lily. The boiler room, now soaked, felt like it was weeping. The water ran down the walls, dripping from the pipes, mingling with the sweat on our brows. The alarm continued to shriek, echoing the chaos that was surely engulfing the rest of the hospital. Thorne, can you stop it? I yelled into the phone, water streaming down my face. I'm fighting it, Thorne's voice was strained. I can prevent the total shutdown. The core systems will remain active, but there will be significant widespread disruptions across non-critical infrastructure. It's a distributed attack, hitting every vulnerable point simultaneously. It'll be chaos, but the hospital won't be dark, it won't be dead. The fight was still on. Arthur Finch, though captured, had unleashed his final, desperate gambit. The hospital was in turmoil, but it was still standing. The explosion was averted. Lives were saved. Mr. Henderson and his men finally managed to fully secure Arthur Finch, cuffing him and leading him out of the boiler room past Dr. Albright and me. Arthur Finch, soaked and defeated, still held his head high, his eyes burning with an unholy conviction. As he was led away, he turned his head, his gaze finding mine. "You may have stopped the fire, Alex," he said, his voice quiet but filled with a chilling certainty. "But the water remembers, the roots remember, this place is tainted, it will never know peace, the earth demands its due, Lily will not rest." His words hung in the air even as he was escorted away. The alarm still blared, the sprinklers still rained down on the unfinished memorial garden. The damage, both material and psychological, was immense. Dr. Albright and I looked at each other, standing in the drenched boiler room, the silence of Arthur Finch's capture replaced by the cacophony of the hospital's failing systems. We had stopped the biggest threats, prevented the explosion, and captured the living antagonist. But Arthur Finch's parting words, his unwavering belief in the curse he'd nurtured for decades, still resonated. The chaos that unfolded over the next few hours was immense. Thorne managed to stabilize the core systems, preventing a total collapse, but the non-critical systems were indeed in disarray. Lights flickered erratically, communication lines were jammed, and many automated functions failed. Patients were frightened, staff were overwhelmed. The police and fire department arrived, responding to the alarms, demanding answers. Dr. Albright, exhausted but composed, began the arduous task of explaining the sabotage incident, carefully crafting a narrative that would satisfy them without revealing the full, incredible story of Arthur Finch, the Finch family, and the 30-year vendetta. The hospital would recover. It would take time, money, and immense effort. Arthur Finch would be prosecuted and his twisted legacy exposed to the authorities. But his words, "Lily will not rest," lingered like a cold echo in my mind. We had fought a man, but the underlying wound, the desecration of the land, still festered. The memorial garden, now soaked and temporarily stalled, would eventually be built. It would be a place of remembrance, a symbol of atonement. But would it be enough? Could the living truly appease the dead, especially when the living were still haunted by the weight of a monumental wrong? As the night slowly gave way to dawn and the chaos began to recede, I stood in my apartment, looking down at the boiler room. The sprinklers had stopped. The alarm was finally silenced. The strange, heavy quiet had returned. The new boiler system would still be installed. The garden would be built, but the silence felt different now. It was no longer expectant. It felt watchful. Arthur Finch was gone, but the roots of his pain ran deep, woven into the very foundations of sin. Jude S., the final resolution, the true peace, still felt distant, elusive. The story of St. Jude's and the Finch legacy had entered a new, uncertain chapter. The hospital slowly reawakened from the throes of Arthur Finch's final, desperate assault. Dawn, a reluctant gray, crept through the shattered illusions of security, painting the chaotic corridors in muted tones. The blaring alarms had ceased, replaced by the hushed urgency of crisis management. Thorne, working remotely, had successfully contained the worst of the digital onslaught, stabilizing critical systems and preventing a total collapse, but the non-essential infrastructure remained in disarray. Lights flickered erratically, internal communication was intermittent, and many automated functions, from patient entertainment systems to non-essential elevators, stubbornly refused to respond. Dr. Albright, her face etched with exhaustion but her resolve unyielding, navigated the immediate fallout with a practiced calm that belied the inner turmoil. She moved through the hospital like a general in the aftermath of battle, assessing damage, delegating tasks, and reassuring frantic staff and patients. Her explanation to the police and fire department was a carefully constructed narrative of a sophisticated, targeted act of industrial sabotage by a disgruntled former IT contractor, leveraging his intimate knowledge of the hospital's systems. She omitted the supernatural, the ancient curse, the family vendetta, and the very real physical detonator I had disarmed in the boiler room. The story, as she presented it, was plausible enough to buy us time, to keep the full, unbelievable truth shrouded. I found myself an unexpected aide-de-camp, my role shifting from investigator to crisis communicator. I helped relay messages to Henderson's now exhausted security team, coordinated with facilities staff battling the lingering glitches, and even offered what comfort I could to nervous patients. Every question, every concerned glance, every hushed conversation felt like a tightrope walk. How much could we reveal? How much should we hide? The public, and even the staff, would struggle to comprehend the true scale of the malice we had uncovered. The arrest of Arthur Finch was handled with similar discretion. He was led away from St. Jude S. in the quiet hours before dawn, bundled into an unmarked car by detectives, his identity kept under wraps. The official report would state suspect apprehended in connection with industrial sabotage. The full truth, linking him to Hemlock, to Bartholomew Finch, to the 30 years of torment, remained our burden. As the morning progressed, a semblance of order slowly returned. The hum of the hospital, though still punctuated by minor glitches and the constant low thrum of emergency generators, began to regain its rhythm. Thorne arrived in person, bleary-eyed but triumphant, setting up a temporary command center in Dr. Albright's office. He worked tirelessly, patching security holes, restoring functionality, and meticulously documenting Arthur Finch's digital fingerprints. He confirmed that all the physical detonators were now truly inert, the explosion threat neutralized. Yet despite these victories, Arthur's parting words echoed in my mind. The water remembers, the roots remember, this place is tainted, it will never know peace, the earth demands its due, Lily will not rest. The image of the soaked boiler room, our nascent memorial garden drenched and temporarily stalled, felt like a potent symbol. We had stopped the man, but had we truly appeased the land? Days blurred into a week of intense recovery. The police investigation continued, but without the full context, it remained focused on the industrial sabotage angle. Arthur Finch, refusing to cooperate, remained tight-lipped, cloaked in a chilling silence that spoke volumes of his conviction. His lawyer was already preparing an insanity defense. Dr. Albright, Mr. Henderson, and I, along with Thorne, formed a silent pact. We knew the full truth, and we knew the hospital needed to heal, not just from the immediate sabotage, but from the deep-seated historical trauma. "We have to finish the garden, Alex," Dr. Albright stated one afternoon, her gaze fixed on the boiler room from her office window. "It's more than a memorial now, it's a declaration, a promise. We will not be defeated by hatred." Work on the memorial garden resumed, this time with a profound sense of purpose. The drenching from the sprinklers had been a temporary setback, but the determination to create something beautiful and meaningful in that space was stronger than ever. Mr. Henderson, now fully aware of the stakes, supervised the work with a quiet reverence. He had witnessed Arthur Finch's capture, heard his chilling pronouncements. He understood that this garden was an act of defiance, a sacred space reclaimed. We decided to incorporate a water feature into the garden's design, a small, tranquil fountain. "The water remembers," Arthur had said. "Perhaps then the water could also forgive, could cleanse." Meanwhile, Thorne continued his deep dive into Arthur Finch's digital records. Beyond the sabotage protocols and the chilling communications with Lily, he found something unexpected, a series of encrypted journals penned not by Arthur but by Bartholomew Finch himself, hidden deep within a nested folder. These weren't the cryptic, rage-filled scrawls from the Mind Vault. These were Bartholomew's personal reflections, meticulously preserved by his brother. Thorne brought them to us, his eyes wide. "These are different," he said, his voice quiet. "They paint a more nuanced picture of Bartholomew. He wasn't just consumed by vengeance, there was regret." We sat around Dr. Albright's desk, the glow of Thorne's monitor illuminating the raw emotional entries. Bartholomew wrote of his love for Martha and Lily, a love so profound it fractured his world when they were gone. But as the years passed, as his rage intensified, a darker undercurrent began to appear. He spoke of his growing isolation, his consuming hatred. He documented his plans for revenge, his alliance with Hemlock, his meticulous designs for the vault, for the financial ruin of St. Jude S. But then, interspersed with these vengeful declarations, were moments of profound doubt. "I dream of Lily often, not as she was taken from me, but as she lived, laughing in the meadows of our land," one entry read. "I want her to know peace, but this path I walk, this anger, does it truly honor her, or does it merely consume me just as it consumed Martha?" Another entry much later resonated deeply. "Hemlock's enthusiasm for vengeance disquiets me. His delight in St. Jude's eventual downfall seems excessive. Does he truly care for our pain or merely for the opportunity it presents? I fear I have unleashed something I cannot control, a force that will echo long after my own voice is silenced. My brother Arthur shares my grief, but his loyalty to my vision is absolute, perhaps too absolute. Will this ever truly end? Will Lily ever truly rest if this legacy of pain continues without end?" The entries painted a portrait of a man caught between profound grief and a gnawing sense of unease about the path he had chosen. Bartholomew Finch, the architect of the curse, had questioned the very nature of his revenge. He had harbored doubts about Hemlock's true motives and even about his own brother's fervent devotion to the cause. "He wanted it to stop," I whispered, staring at the screen. He saw the danger, he saw the endless cycle of hatred that Arthur was so eager to continue. "This changes everything," Dr. Albright said, her voice filled with a quiet hope. "Arthur may have seen himself as Bartholomew's true executor, but Bartholomew himself had reservations. Perhaps in his heart he would have wanted atonement, not annihilation." The revelation about Bartholomew's journals became our new mission. We needed to bring his true, conflicted voice to light. If we could show Arthur Finch that his own brother, the man whose legacy he so fiercely protected, had questioned the endless cycle of vengeance, perhaps it could break through his delusion. It was a long shot, but it was our only hope for true peace, not just for St. Jude S., but for the Finch family's tormented legacy. We contacted Arthur Finch's lawyer, requesting a meeting. The lawyer, a shrewd, weary man named Mr. Caldwell, initially dismissed us. "Mr. Finch is not cooperating. He believes he is righteous. He will likely plead insanity, as I mentioned." "He is righteous in his grief, Mr. Caldwell," Dr. Albright countered, her voice firm. but we have evidence that his actions, his interpretation of his brother's legacy, were not what Bartholomew Finch ultimately desired. We presented Caldwell with the excerpts from Bartholomew's later journals. He read them, his cynical lawyer's facade slowly cracking, revealing a glimmer of intrigue. This is a compelling counter-narrative to his current mindset. It might even mitigate some of the charges if he were to cooperate. But getting him to see it, he's a difficult man, Dr. Albright, utterly convinced of his own truth. After much persuasion, Caldwell arranged a meeting. It was held in a stark, sterile meeting room at the detention center under the watchful eye of a stony-faced guard. Arthur Finch was brought in, his dark suit replaced by the drab jumpsuit of an inmate. His face was gaunt, but his eyes still burned with that same unsettling, fanatical intensity. He refused to look at us, instead staring fixedly at a spot on the wall. "Mr. Finch," Caldwell began gently, "Dr. Albright and Mr. Hayes have some information that you might find illuminating. It pertains to your brother, Bartholomew." Arthur remained silent, a stony mask of indifference. "Arthur," Dr. Albright said, her voice soft but clear, "we found Bartholomew's journals, his later journals, the ones you kept hidden on the data chip." At the mention of the chip, Arthur's head slowly turned, his eyes narrowing, a flicker of something, perhaps apprehension, crossing his face. "He wrote of his doubts, Arthur," I continued, my voice steady. "His regrets. He feared that his vengeance was consuming him, that it would echo endlessly. He even questioned Hemlock's true motives and the absolute nature of your loyalty to his vision." Caldwell slid a printout of the most poignant entries across the table. Arthur's eyes scanned the pages, his expression slowly shifting from indifference to a complex mixture of confusion, denial, and a profound, agonizing hurt. He read the words, his own brother's private doubts laid bare. His grip on the paper tightened, his knuckles white. "No," he whispered, his voice raspy. "He never wavered. He entrusted me. I honored him." "He did entrust you, Arthur," Dr. Albright agreed gently, "to ensure Lily found peace. But later he questioned if vengeance was the way to achieve it. He feared the endless pain. He feared what it would do to you." A single tear, born of 30 years of suppressed grief and misguided devotion, tracked a path down Arthur Finch's weathered cheek. He looked utterly broken, his entire world, built on a foundation of righteous vengeance, crumbling before his eyes. The fanaticism in his eyes dimmed, replaced by a deep, heartbreaking sorrow. He doubted," he murmured, his voice barely audible. "My Bartholomew, he didn't want this." He looked up, his gaze meeting mine, the raw pain in his eyes almost unbearable. "All this time, I thought I was bringing him peace. I thought I was protecting Lily." It was a crack, a fissure in the rock of his conviction. The conversation that followed was long and emotionally grueling. We didn't try to minimize his pain or Bartholomew's. We acknowledged it, empathized with it. But we also gently, firmly presented the alternative, atonement, remembrance, and the genuine desire of St. Jude's to honor Lily truly and without malice. We spoke of the memorial garden not as a placating gesture, but as a sincere act of healing. By the end of the meeting, Arthur Finch was a shattered man. His purpose, his life's work, had been revealed as a tragic misinterpretation of his brother's ultimate wishes. He still grieved deeply, but the venom had begun to drain from his soul. He agreed to cooperate with the authorities, to provide a full confession, and to help unravel the lingering technical disruptions he had caused. In return, Caldwell would pursue a plea bargain that considered his diminished mental state and the circumstances of his profound, albeit misguided, loyalty. The confession of Arthur Finch, though still carefully managed by Dr. Albright and Caldwell to protect the hospital from a full-blown supernatural scandal, finally brought the police investigation to a close. The narrative shifted from disgruntled contractor to a deeply troubled individual with a delusional obsession tied to an old land dispute. It wasn't the whole truth, but it was enough for the legal system. With Arthur's cooperation, Thorne was able to fully disarm all lingering digital traps and vulnerabilities, thoroughly sanitizing St. Jude's systems. The hospital, after weeks of painstaking recovery, was finally whole again, its hum restored, its lights steady. The memorial garden was finally completed. It was a space of quiet beauty, a tranquil oasis in the heart of the bustling hospital. Lush greenery, fragrant flowers, and a serene fountain now filled the space where the ancient boiler had once stood. In the center, a simple, elegant stone bench bore a delicate, engraved plaque. "In loving memory of Lily Finch, and all who seek solace on this sacred ground. May peace flourish where sorrow once bloomed." The dedication ceremony was small, intimate. Dr. Albright, Mr. Henderson Thorne, and I stood together, along with a few key staff members and Mr. Caldwell, who had brought a small, private message from Arthur Finch. "He wanted me to convey his profound sorrow for the harm he caused," Caldwell said, his voice quiet, "and to express a faint, tentative hope that perhaps this garden might finally bring Lily some peace." As the fountain gently murmured, its water cascading over smooth stones, I felt a release, a sense of lightness I hadn't known in months. The tangible threat was gone, the vengeful hand was stilled. The true story of Bartholomew's conflicted heart had been heard. But even as peace settled over St. Jude's, a new, unsettling feeling began to take root within me. Arthur Finch's final, unbidden thought now passed through Caldwell had spoken of Lily, not of Bartholomew. Perhaps this garden might finally bring Lily some peace. It felt like a subtle shift, a recognition that Lily's suffering, Lily's spirit, remained the true core of the entire saga. Over the next few weeks, the Memorial Garden became a beloved spot for patients, staff, and visitors. Its tranquil beauty offered a much-needed respite from the sterile reality of the hospital. People sat on the bench, read the plaque, and found a quiet moment of reflection. The sense of foreboding that had once permeated the hospital gradually faded, replaced by a feeling of renewed purpose and a quiet, resilient strength. I often found myself drawn to the garden, especially in the evenings, watching the last rays of sunlight filter through the leaves. I would sit on the bench, letting the gentle murmur of the fountain wash over me, pondering the depths of human grief, vengeance, and the enduring power of forgiveness. The hospital had transformed, and so had I. My skepticism had given way to an understanding of forces beyond my easy comprehension, forces rooted in history, land, and the human heart. One particularly still evening, as twilight deepened, I was alone in the garden. The air was cool, scented with damp earth and blooming jasmine. The fountain's soft gurgle was the only sound. As I sat there, lost in thought, a faint, almost imperceptible shift in the air caught my attention. It wasn't a breeze, for the leaves on the trees remained perfectly still. It was more like a subtle pressure, a gentle presence. Then a fleeting sensation, like a whisper against my cheek. Not a sound, not a touch, but an undeniable feeling of warmth, of peace washing over me. It was ephemeral, gone as quickly as it came, leaving behind only a profound sense of quietude. I looked at the plaque, at Lily's name. Had she finally found her peace? Had the garden, the atonement, truly reached her? The hospital was recovering. Arthur Finch was incarcerated. The curse, as we understood it, was broken. But the echoes of the past, the spiritual resonance of a deep wrong remained. The land had been healed, tended, revered. But the land, I was learning, held its own mysteries, its own timeless memories. Just as I prepared to leave the garden, a small, bright object glinted in the dying light, half buried in the freshly mulched soil beside the fountain. I knelt, pushing aside a few fallen leaves. It was a small, silver locket, identical to the one I had found in Finch's vault, the one with Lily's picture, but this one was pristine, polished, almost glowing. It felt cool and smooth in my palm. It had not been there before, I was certain of it. I opened it. Inside, the miniature photograph of Lily smiled back at me, her eyes sparkling just as before. But this time I noticed something new. Tucked behind the photograph, a minuscule, intricately folded piece of paper. My fingers trembled as I unfolded it. The script was tiny, elegant, yet clearly distinct from Bartholomew's or Arthur's hand. It was a child's handwriting, uneven yet determined. The message was brief, a single sentence. "Thank you, Lily." My breath caught, my heart pounded with a mixture of awe and profound wonder. Lily, not a vengeful spirit, but a child who had finally received her long-awaited peace. A child who had, in her own way, acknowledged our efforts. I looked around the garden, bathed in the last fading light. The air still felt different, lighter, as if a great weight had been lifted. The silence was no longer watchful, it was serene. The roots remembered, yes, but now they remembered kindness, not just pain. But even as this profound peace settled, another thought stirred within me. This final, tangible sign from Lily appearing now felt like a conclusion to her story. But the hospital, St. Jude's, stood on that land. And while the explicit torment had ceased, the legacy of a great wrong, of a place built on disputed, sacred ground, still remained. We had appeased Lily and perhaps Bartholomew. But the earth, as Arthur Finch had so vehemently declared, still remembered. What did the earth demand now? What form would its memory take now that its most vocal champions were stilled? The story of the Finch family was perhaps resolved. But the story of St. Jude's Hospital, intertwined with the ancient land it occupied, felt as though it had simply pivoted. The curse of vengeance was broken, but the deeper, more subtle mysteries of the land itself and its profound history still whispered. The journey for true understanding, true lasting peace, was not yet over. The hospital had survived Arthur Finch, but what new, unforeseen challenges lay dormant beneath its foundations, waiting for the right moment to emerge? The question of the Earth's memory, once a source of chilling dread, now settled into a quiet, persistent hum beneath the hospital's vibrant energy. It wasn't a curse, not anymore, but a profound connection to something ancient and alive. The explicit torment had ceased, replaced by an awareness, a reverence for the ground St. Jude's occupied. Dr. Albright, too, had shifted. Her leadership, once fiercely focused on medical innovation and financial stability, now embraced a holistic vision. She initiated a series of community outreach programs, working with local indigenous groups to learn about the land's history, its significance, and traditional ways of healing. The hospital wasn't just a place of medicine. It was striving to become a place of genuine connection, a bridge between scientific advancement and ancient wisdom. Mr. Henderson, with his gruff exterior and newfound understanding, became an unexpected champion of this new direction. He oversaw the installation of informational plaques in the memorial garden, subtly detailing the history of the Finch family, emphasizing Bartholomew's later regrets and Lily's ultimate desire for peace. He ensured the garden remained meticulously cared for, a living testament to atonement and remembrance. His security team, though never privy to the full fantastical truth, now understood their role extended beyond simply protecting property. They were guardians of a delicate peace. Thorne, the brilliant hacker, found himself unexpectedly drawn into the ongoing narrative. He meticulously cataloged all of Arthur Finch's recovered data, not just for legal purposes, but to create an archive. It was a digital mausoleum to a twisted but ultimately human tragedy, a stark reminder of the dangers of unchecked grief and vengeance. He continued to monitor the hospital's systems, not just for external threats, but for any subtle internal anomalies, convinced that true security also lay in understanding the invisible currents that flowed beneath the surface. He became, in his own eccentric way, St. Jude's digital shaman, attuned to the network's heartbeat, ever vigilant. As for Arthur Finch, his cooperation in unraveling the digital infrastructure of his 30-year vendetta earned him a more lenient sentence than anticipated, though still a lengthy one. He remained in prison, his fanatical zeal replaced by a quiet, often melancholic demeanor. He still grieved for Lily, but the venom had receded. He occasionally sent letters to Caldwell, asking for updates on the garden, a small, fragile thread connecting him to the peace he had once so violently denied. My own role at St. Jude's evolved. The title of hospital ombudsman still stood, but my duties expanded. I became a liaison, a storyteller, helping to navigate the hospital's complex history and its new future. I spoke to new staff, to community groups, sharing a carefully curated version of the hospital's journey, one that highlighted the importance of listening, of empathy, and of honoring the past without being bound by its pain. The full, unbelievable saga of Hemlock's Nexus and the vengeful spirits remained untold to the wider world, a secret shared only by the select few who had lived through it. But the lessons learned, the empathy gained, permeated every aspect of the hospital's culture. The locket, Lily's locket with its tiny, heartfelt message, became my most cherished possession. I kept it close, not as a talisman against evil, but as a reminder of the delicate balance between remembrance and letting go, between the tangible and the unseen. It represented a direct, undeniable communication from the other side of that veil, a testament to the power of compassion to reach across boundaries of life and death. The lingering sense of unease, the question of what new challenges lay dormant, never fully vanished, but it transformed. It became less a fear of the unknown and more a respectful curiosity. The hospital, once viewed solely as a building on a plot of land, was now understood as part of a much larger, deeper narrative. It was an ecosystem intertwining human lives, history, and the very earth beneath its foundations. The garden flourished, a vibrant heart at the center of St. Jude's. It became a symbol of healing, a place where patients recovering from physical ailments could find spiritual solace, where staff could pause for a moment of peace, and where visitors could reflect. The gentle murmur of the fountain, once a symbol of water's memory, now sang a different tune, a melody of resilience, of growth, of a long-awaited tranquility. 1 year after Arthur Finch's capture, on a quiet afternoon, I sat in the garden. Dr. Albright joined me, her expression serene. We watched a young couple, both nurses, sitting on Lily's bench, holding hands, lost in quiet conversation. A child, a patient, giggled as they chased a butterfly through the flowers. Life, vibrant and hopeful, bloomed here. "She's at peace, isn't she?" Dr. Albright murmured, her gaze fixed on the fountain. I reached into my pocket, my fingers closing around the cool, smooth metal of Lily's locket. "Yes," I said, a profound certainty in my voice, "she is." The hospital's story was not over, not truly. No story of a place, a community, a living entity ever truly ends, but the chapter of vengeance and despair had closed, the curse was broken. The earth still remembered, but now it remembered kindness, atonement, and the quiet joy of life. St. Jude's Hospital, once haunted by the past, now stood as a beacon of healing, a testament to the enduring power of empathy and a guardian of the delicate peace found on its sacred, re-sanctified ground. The whispered challenges of the future were no longer threats, but simply the next lines in a story that had learned to listen, to heal, and finally to truly understand.